Meh. Okay, I think we're live. Hello, everyone. Alright, just gonna wait for everything to boot up. Which shouldn't be too long. Hello, Zek. How are you doing?
Sleep tight. Enjoy your sweet dreams while you still can.
Okay, YouTube has updated, just waiting for Discord and what's it called? Stream Elements. There we go. Hello, Raphael. How are you doing? I think once everything's loaded up, I will start with a headhunt because I haven't actually done that today. Ciao. Hello, Victor. How are you doing? Recapone. Gambino's fine though, he can stay there. Okay, there we go. That's Discord, and there's Stream Elements. There we go. Everything is as it should be. Okay, I think might as well start off. So let's go into the head. I was about to say the head font, and I have no idea why, and I have no idea what that could possibly be, but okay. I technically have enough for free, so I might do that. Be funny to see. Alright, come on. Let me have some streamer luck. Ah. Okay, well at least it's one I haven't, like, you know, completely maxed out already. Got 2 more to go. So that was a free one, didn't work out, but let's see what the other ones will do. Also, hello, good son.
Caster Stewart reporting in. I'm glad to be working with you.
And last one. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I am formerly a judge of Siracusano.
No, penance.
I hope that in working for Rhode Island, I can absolve myself of my past mistakes.
I mean, Have you gotten text Salter? No, I'm still trying to pull for her. That's why I'm disappointed to get in the duplicate. Oh dear. Oh well. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind too much. I quite like Lavinia, but I don't know really. I mean, when it's just 1 or 2 potentials, it doesn't really feel like it's much of a difference. And I don't really pull at a rate that I could max out a character, especially a 6-star. Which is why I'd rather get multiple different characters instead, but oh well. Unless it improves talent. True. This is Pine Cones. This is kind of like Ulster, which I think I'm already doing. True, but I mean, when your DP cost is like 34, the 1 extra DP is sort of... Do I not have Alistair on here? I thought I did. Surely I haven't already done him. Oh no, I haven't. I could have swore I started working on him. Any 6-star in particular you want? Yeah, I'm still trying to get Texas Altar. Oh well. Maxed out Texas Trust today. Oh, nice. Hey, good music. Alright, heading right in. I've been doing the side character stories. The side character stories? The character side stories, rather, off stream. Well, I've done quite a bit of it on stream as well, but I mean, I've been continuing them off stream. How are you finding the story so far? I am really liking it. I really like the themes. And just the storytelling in general is really good. It's got to be one of my favorite events so far. And that says a lot, because we've gone from Near Light to then me doing Undertides and then starting Stultifera. So it's quite a leap as well, just to go from those, which are really good events, and then playing this, and it's like absolutely blowing me away. There's another special animation. Yeah, I saw. There's 2 now. 2 newly released like animations or trailers. So I definitely plan on watching both of them when I've finished up the story, at least. Which probably shouldn't be too long. It's I think it's 10 stages. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Ah? That's weird. Oh, okay, they go this way. Oh, I wonder if one loops around into the middle and one goes straight or something. 'Cause I was going to say, that's a barrier. Well, I'd imagine it would be halfway through if there was, you know, like 12 stages, but if it's only 10, then it should be, I'm guessing, 60%. Unless there's like a stage 11 cutscene thing. Okay, this is going to be weird. Stand and face the wheels of old, or be run over by them. Yes. I wonder what's going to be here. I wonder. Oh no, not the level up team. God no. I think for this I'll swap out Chestnut, because I've only been using him for Stultifera, but there's no reason now. Medic. I could go with Hibiscus, or I could go with... I could technically do Gavial. I still feel really weird about using 2 of the same. I still need to build up Silence, so I can't do that yet. Gavial or Hibiscus? I'll try with Hibiscus. No, that's dumb. I'll just do... That's only level 1 skill. That's level 5. That's... I'll just go with good old Hibiscus, normal one.
I will protect everyone.
I'm sorry, Arknights? Yeah. Oh, no, not anymore. It used to be all of the Lupo and Pero operators. That's why I called it Arknights, but I had to swap them out because I needed a team to do something. So unfortunately they're not there anymore. But yeah, so it used to be Lupo and Pedro operators. But anyway, I'll eventually rebuild it, but... Senor, are you alright? Yeah, just dreaming. That's why you shouldn't sleep on the sofa. Where's the old man? The Don went to the theatre. Are you going too? Leontuzzo does not answer, only sinking deeper into the sofa. Mans is a little bit depressed for a moment, give him some time. Rosati, Giovanna. That's right. Gelinia, our original agreement was to ensure the Bellones come out on top. But I've changed my mind. As long as you succeed, you don't owe us anything. At that point, you're free to go. This, I promise you as the Fang of Zado, Il Signore de Lupe. From the time she returned to the residence at sunset to the break of dawn the next day, listening to the falling rain, not failing rain, Texas wiped down her sword while reading the script that was handed to her. La Morte de Texas. The story twists and turns, never straying far from what she's known. But she has a faint premonition. But first, she needs to sharpen her sword. Today, it may have to be a bit swifter than usual. Oh, wait. You were in prison. Okay. Either you got bought out or you're just showing off now. You're probably just showing off now. Your point? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. The sun is still getting in my eyes, even though it's raining. Prison food's not too bad. We'll give it a try. You're right about that. I've even given them a few suggestions before. Now, get in the car. Can I sit this one out? Does killing a single Colombian really deserve so much fanfare? The Don says Chilinio is going to be there too. Oh? Say no more. What's the plan? Yep, there it is. She'll pretend to be an actress, and once the performance starts, you'll improvise the rest. Wow, they really know how to make use of Lapland's an asset. She's like, just do whatever. So, what about my costume? What the Don meant was, you wait in the audience and play along. Oh, right. What an insensitive old jerk. So where's he gonna be? He's not trying to find a nice place to watch the show all by himself, is he? The Don has other business. He's got a meeting. A meeting? Yeah, with a car wash worker. This man would... I know everyone jokes about him basically being John Wick, and I can totally see that, but I feel like he's just gonna come in at some point and just kick everyone's asses. Howdy, Sora. I just knew you'd be practicing in Miss Katarina's studio. I ain't gonna stop you, but don't you think you ought to head out to the theatre early? To do some makeup and get ready and whatnot. Yeah, you've got a point. Exu's already... Exu's already off to buy breakfast. We got just enough time to meet her. Okay. Say, didn't we say we'd set up a big old welcome for Exu's sister? She coming? What do you mean, welcome? Well, we did. But now I'm not sure we'll have enough time for that. Of course not. What's your step? Huh? Oh! Owie. Are you alright? I'm fine. Just tripped on a little something. Dang it. I knocked over that stack of books. Let me tidy them up. Huh? Picture dropped out of something. Picture? Wait. Huh? I swear, if it's literally just as simple as a photo of, like, her with a mafia or something, like, it's gonna be funny. What's wrong? Looky here. It is a photograph from many years ago. Sora can barely make out the background. That should be of the widened, bustling streets of Columbia past. Where you yesterday when you were off now got to go work? I'm sorry. I ended up having to go to this, like, workshop as part of my job, and it ended up putting me out. So I postponed everything. Oh well. I'm late because I was reading the story. Still 3 parts left, but holy hell, it gets good. I'm really liking it so far. In the center of the photograph stands a middle-aged man who wears a kind of expression, but exudes an audacity not to be trifled with. Maybe it's to be tarted with. On his left and right sides stand a lupo girl and a feline girl. What race was Giovanna? She was feline, wasn't she? Also, volume seems way better today. Yeah, I was messing around with the filters. 17 minutes doesn't count as late, right? Technically, this is still the first stage. The girl on the left has beautiful blonde hair, and I don't know what that sound was, sorry, and sports a cheery expression, and even at a glance, one can immediately tell she has a bubbly personality. The girl on the right has black hair, her face betraying no emotions, making it difficult for one to guess the contents of her heart. This is Texas and... Blonde? No, Cat. Yeah, it said Cat. So, yeah, Texas and Giovanna, right? Look at this picture. Ain't that Texas as a kid? And standing there with her. That's Katarina. And look on the back here. Written on the back side of the photo, Giovanna and Chilinia. 1080. We need White Cat to bonk you. I haven't done anything. I'm just happy that I immediately realized it was going to be Giovanna in Texas. Even if I am somewhat surprised that they knew each other. Giovanna. Is that gonna be Catalina's real name? Giovanna Rosati. I do love that Arknights does some real cliches when it comes to how they discover things. Oh, this is serious music. How long has this car wash been open? 5 years. 5 years. Coincidentally, that's how long my guard, Tusk Beast, has been missing. Ah. Ah, it really is like John Wick. If only I knew how he was doing these days. Well, the city's a pretty big place. There's always a way to survive. It never made any sense to me before. I found him plenty of meat. Gave him a nice den. Why wasn't he happy? Think he might have been a vegetarian? Maybe. Maybe I never knew how bad meat actually was until he tried a full-course meal. Ooh. It's better not to eat at all than to eat something bad. Oh. I love the smirk you have. Your car's done. You're pretty good at your job. Practice makes perfect. You never fail to get it done just right. I mean, if it's only been 5 years, I'm assuming they recognize each other. Like, it can't be that hard. But, Dan Brown, nothing lasts forever. It's time for you to change your tastes. I'll think about it. Also, that guy's got a jawline so sharp you could cut paper with it. Think carefully. Once you've figured it out, you'll always come back. You're always welcome to come back. That was a lot more courteous than I was expecting, but I guess he's probably not going to take... Who, Dan Brown or Alberto? Alberto. Dan Brown. Although Alberto definitely has a chin that can cut glass. Are you the backup bassist? Hey! I feel so sorry for whoever owns the bass guitar that she absolutely destroys with someone's head. Yes. Oh, is that your natural hair color? Yes. That's special. Usually you have to dye your hair to work as a bassist. I've heard only those with familiar Texas blood had that iron hair color. I have several questions. Firstly, since when... Oh, so it's a double bass, not bass guitar. Oh yeah, I tend to say... I don't know why I say bass guitar, it's dumb. But yeah, to be honest, though, half the time I shorten it to bass anyway, so that's probably why I confuse the two. But, okay, so firstly, why do you need... Is that actually a thing? I don't know anything about being a bassist, nor, like, any of the traditions or anything. Is that... Also, isn't a hair colour black? Or have I completely... And now that I'm seeing you close up, your eyebrows, you look really similar to Salvador's. Are you his bastard or something? I suppose it's more of a greyish, bluish colour. Imagine Texas absolutely shredding on a bass guitar. Okay. Get... what are they called? Alive Till Sunset? Something like that. And Texas together for an event. Maybe like the next summer event or something, please. Just have them do something like that. No, I have nothing to do with Texas. They're on stage for a play, the role probably needs... oh, true. I suppose, yeah, I suppose if they've decided that the bassist is playing either Chilinia or just a Texas in general, then I guess that makes sense. All sort of coincidences out there, huh? Okay, take a seat over there. Your foundations are really good. So I should be able to get you squared away in no time. Theatre box. I mean, that's just a... that's... not gonna lie, that looks more like a man cave than a than a theatre box. Pardon me, are you satisfied with your seating? Texas with makeup, Sorrow will be surprised. True, although I'm assuming that line means that Texas in general must be quite good with makeup if she already had foundation on and it was quite good. Or good enough for the makeup artist to work with. Unless they didn't mean literal foundation makeup. Maybe they just meant foundation as in face shape or something. I don't know. But I'm assuming they meant the makeup foundation. Yes, I've got a fine view. Excellent, excellent. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to call me. Or to call for me. Let's head down. You're not going to stay and watch? You know I've never been a fan of this sort of stuff. How about I grab you a nice drink? I'd like... brandy, I know. I do like the dynamic these two have. Even though he's quite confrontational, at least he's still coming from the right place. Although I do feel like he's still going to try and betray her fully, which... sorry I'm late. I do really like that outfit, not gonna lie. It just looks so fancy. Oh, no worries. Everyone's still getting ready. Go ahead and take a seat. I'll do your makeup first. I just realised, they don't... do they know that Texas is going to be here? Like, she's just walked in. She's going to be sitting down, like, next to her is Texas having, like, you know, those, I don't know what they're called, like the pom-pom type things that you dab makeup on your face with. She's going to be, like, right next to her, powdering up or whatever. You can just imagine Sora doing, like, a double take, just like... okay. What's wrong? You don't look too well. You getting stage fright? No, I'm fine. Don't worry, Sora. You've been working so hard. Everyone's gonna love you, for sure. I hope so. Oh, right. Did you know? What's wrong? Apparently, the bassist got sick and couldn't make it to the performance. Huh? What are you gonna do then? It's no big deal. The director was able to find a stand-in. She's getting her makeup done in another dressing room. Oh, that ruins my imagery of her sitting down only to find out that Texas was right next to her. Ah, the comedy's gone. A stand-in? Are you sure that's going to work? Just trust the director's judgment, alright? Speaking of the director, he didn't come tonight. Hello, Azur. How are you doing? He just dropped by to give some direction before leaving again. I think he's meeting with a guest. Important people are always so busy, huh? I'm good. I'm doing fine, just chilling. But it's okay, Sora. You just need to play your part, that's all. I feel like there's a double meaning there. Like, that kind of just sort of fits the entire theme of this event. You know, all these people just have to play their part. Oh, back to the angst. I like his outfit. I like the hat. I like how the ears poke out of the hat. It must be a real hassle to buy those sorts of like outfits and headgear. Oh, if it isn't Judge Lavinia. I haven't seen you here for a while. Have you come to watch tonight's opera? No, I'm just passing by. Oh, that's too bad. But did you know we're putting on a highly anticipated... hiccups. But did you know we're putting on the highly anticipated La Morte di Texas? I'm sure you'll love it. Sorry, I'm not in the mood. That's alright then. I look forward to your next visit. Wait, did it have to focus in because it's short? I feel like it zoomed in specifically because of his height, just so that he could be at the right height as everyone else normally is. I'm assuming it actually meant distance, but it just made it look like they were focused, like it had to move the camera down for him. That probably wasn't their intention. It probably meant as in look over here in the distance, but it just looked like they had to move the camera down to focus on him. Wow. Oh, I love that. Yeah, it probably is. It didn't really move the camera down. It more zoomed in, but but the fact that it zoomed in on a corner made it look like it moved the camera. I imagine hats are sorted by ear type. True, but you have to think, just like in the real world, some stores you go to don't always have the right sizes. There must be stores where you go to and it's like, oh, we don't have hats for this specific horn, for example. Like, you know, it must get annoying every now and then. Uh-huh. Dan Brown. What's he doing here? Well, you told him to go to the theatre at some point. Tailors. True, but that would be expensive. I mean, if it's anything like getting tailors today. Although then again, having stuff tailored in the past wasn't as expensive. Nowadays, it's more of a luxury. Did he really take my advice and come to the theatre to unwind? Okay, there we go. But today's performance is... Wait a second. Oh, did you change your mind? That's right. One ticket, please. Plus, if it's normalized to have ears and horns, the industry would be there. True. I just mean more so in terms of the variety itself. Like, there will be stores that just won't have every option, just because you typically can't. That's all I really mean. Like, you know, for example, with how many varieties of, say, horns there are, there's bound to be times where you'll go to a store and you'll find, you know, some for this type of horn, some for this type of horn, presumably the more common horn for that area. Oh, I meant tailoring industry. Oh, fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, true. Obviously, in the tailoring industry, yeah, there would be quite a need for it. Theatre box. It's just having to tell me that this is a theatre box. It's like, guys, this is a theatre box. Trust me. It looks fancy, but it's a theatre box. Don Bernardo, someone's here to see you. Oh? It's Rubio. Segretario di sicurezza, rather, alimentare. Let him in. Of course. Don Bernardo, you can just call me Director here. Ah, yes. It's an honor to be here, Director. Secretary of Food Safety. I know, it's the same as reading it in Spanish. It's just difficult to not read Spanish. So I have to keep doing a double take every time I read a new word because it's so similar to it. I almost go into that instead. Take a seat, Signor Segretario. Let's enjoy Let's enjoy the show first, then we can talk. Also, I've noticed on... Billy, people seem to be very excited whenever Rubio appears in the scenes. I'm wondering if there's something I've missed about him. Signori, thank you for being here tonight. You are about to see another spectacular performance brought to you by Compagnia de Alba. La Morte di Texas, Act 2, written by Signorina Caterina. Signorina Caterina. Wow, you must be able to make so many rhythmic poems in Italian. Just because almost every other word seems to have a similar ending or beginning. Every Syracusan already knows the story of Salvatore, but how many truly know the details? Signora Caterina, who has deep understanding of Familia Texas, provides us with her frank yet intricate perspective. Let us delve deeper into the life of Salvatore. It also makes half the language sound made up. True. Break a leg, Sora. Right, time to go. Whew. Finally found them. Atta girl. Sora scored us seats. But, well, with a great view. Great expectations for her all around. Excuse me, would you mind letting us through? Hey, he doesn't have his sleeping blinds on. She still has no idea about Texas. That is going to be such a... Oh, God. I mean, I imagine she's quite a good actress. She can probably roll with it and leave the surprise to one side for now, but... Could you imagine just, she goes on stage, glares daggers when she realizes, oh, fucking hell, you're here? We've been looking everywhere for you and you're here now? But then just goes straight into doing the opera, like... Anyway. A Sancta girl. An unusual sight in Siracusa. Eh? You're a Sancta too? I've been in Volsinii for a while, and this is the first time I've seen one of my people. What's with the smiles? Did Karma ask something? Yeah, I asked about Rubio, because when I checked the comments on Billy, everyone seemed excited whenever Rubio appeared. Or they'll like timestamp like, you know, this is where Rubio is. And it's like, I haven't noticed anything significant. Have I missed something? And then suddenly it's like, yeah, everyone's smiley faces. And I'm like, oh, okay. Looks like it's one good thing after another today. Go right on by, child. She didn't seem so happy. How have I only just noticed that it says Angel on... Why am I only just noticing that? I suppose I haven't used this skin in a while. That's probably why. What's wrong? That's weird. I don't sense any emotions from him. Is he an exiled Sanctor? He's unlike any of the other Sanctor exiles I've seen. Well, whatever. By the way, am I the only one who thinks way too much of this crowd that looks like mobsters? You're in Siracusa, what do you mean? I hear tell the heads of the Rosati family is here tonight. Hey, isn't that what you were just talking about? Yep, but let's just enjoy the show for now. Oh, have they not told Exu? Oh god, okay. Please do not expect me to act out in the same way that she would. Okay, I'm definitely not acting out in the way that she would. I'm not singing. I don't even know what to sing. In the trailer, it's just la 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 la. In an era when chaos and opportunity come hand in hand, some were swallowed by the tides of the times, where others found in their promised land. Violence and wealth, power and order. Onto Colombian soil steps a Siracusan, bringing with him only scars, hardship and ambition. And thus begins our tale. Ladies and gentlemen, come and bear witness to whom this era truly belongs. That voice. I see how it is. You're bringing... Oh, you're here to bring her back, aren't you? For some reason I read those two the other way around, so I read it as you're her to bring here back. I do not know how I managed to do that, but that took me a moment. Do you really think that's going to happen? Who the hell are you? See, your first mistake there, buddy, was opening your mouth. Signore e signori, let the show begin. Oh. We're in the CGI trailer now, yep. It really is you, Chilinia. Huh? Texas? Eh? Oh yeah, and of course Texas doesn't know that they're there either. They're both just on stage, like doing the Spider-Man point at each other. For a brief moment, Texas shifts her eyes to one of the boxes. She knows Bernardo is sitting there, gazing down upon everything. She feels it in her heart. Whether coincidence or some form of necessity. In this moment, Thora is both a danger and a safe haven. That explains why Texas does the shush gesture. True, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Everything depends on her. The movement in the auditorium and the faint sounds in the distance all prelude to the start of the assassination. She gestures to Sora for her to stay silent. There it is. then proceeds to pluck the strings in her hands. A most wonderful performance has begun. I feel like Hypergriff has written that completely ironic. Like, yes, a performance indeed. Oh yeah, there's a stage.
Please take good care of yourself while I'm gone.
Okay, so you're going down... Oh, you're going down all the way. Unloads 3 familiar soldiers. Oh god, why?
Fear not! Here I come!
I imagine this is going to do damage as well, isn't it? It's going to drive into you and do damage.
There we go.
Oh, no, it's even worse.
I'll charge them! Who's next?
Roger.
God, that was so much worse. I'm actually going to put her there. And then I'll do this, just in case something needs to go up there.
Just try me.
Oh no, come on. Okay, it doesn't damage them, interesting.
Charge the relax! It'll be over in an instant!
I'm right here, Doctor.
Oh, damn it, I've got Chimera. I didn't need to have that.
ちょっとからかってあげようっと。あらじゃ。
Oh, that's it. Okay, so no one came up there. I like that when it gets to that bit just at the end. Oh, that was a really nice effect. Back up. This one's tricky. Mate, this is Lapland. Tricky is an understatement. Don't fight her head on. Cover the aisles and the stairs leading up to the Donna's box. It's weird how they're using different sprites. They're using these ones, but in the trailer they use the blonde-haired mafiosi that we've seen as well. So they've got the sprite for them. It's I don't know why. Rosati's soldiers are pretty capable after all, huh? Looks like trying to brute force my way isn't a realistic option. Silly Texas. It's pretty obvious she's got a recorder in that base. Ah. You telling me she's not actually playing? God damn it. Sounds convincing though. The way she's plucking those strings. There it is. If I can break through the front, I'll just have to make... Oh, if I can't break through the front, I'll just have to make a path. Don't panic. Stand your ground. Oh, there. There they are. Oh no, they're the ones attacking. Wait, that's... Gah, aren't you afraid to die? Oh. How are the others doing? The aisle and the stairs leading to Giovanna's box are all guarded. They were ready for this. Leave it to the Rosatis. But we've never been ones to underestimate Giovanna. Throw more soldiers at them. We're not letting Giovanna out today. You might not have underestimated Giovanna, but don't you think you have underestimated me? What? You're... Guess who forgot to look up the pronunciation? Your wallet. Had I known the show today would have been so exciting, I wouldn't have gone to buy a drink for the Donna. If Signora Giovanni appreciates the fine wine, I happen to have a selection with me. No thanks. The Donna enjoys many things about Siracusa, but the wine isn't one. Siracusan wines are too weak. Same as you people swing your weapons. It doesn't make for a good time. Ouch. Maybe you just haven't tried the best Siracusa has to offer. So, isn't this a great opportunity? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? Bolognese and salute sauce. Let's find out what Siracusa's finest wine really tastes like. I like how even when they are literally fighting each other, they're still talking in tongues. Trying to get up this way. Stop her. Who said I was going up? What? Explosives? Get out of here. Or get out of there. Oh, that's another interesting thing. So she literally has explosives as opposed to using a sword to destroy a gas main or whatever it was. Whoa, the seats over yonder just collapsed. Is that Lapland? Look over there. Is it another familiar gang war? Oh, there it is. Oh, this is an awesome piece. Move. She had weapons in her instrument. That's awesome, not gonna lie. Of course, it makes sense. They would make her do a double bass. Because what else would be big enough to conceal a weapon? It's like having the guns in a violin or guitar case, but in this case it's a double bass because she has a bigger weapon, and it's actually in the instrument as opposed to a case for the instrument. Okay, I like that. I really like that. Texas says nothing. She only shoots her a glance, parting her lips for a second before rushing up the stairs. Thora reads those lips. She said, "Wait for me." How romantic. Run for it. What do you think we ought to do, Exu? Sora's in danger. But... someone, save me. Get down. Nope, there he is. I like to think that this guy didn't actually do anything. He's just... The pose that he has for his sprite is literally what he did. He just appears like that and the rocks got blown up. Whoa, you're pretty tough for an old guy. Do I look that old to you? Yes. Yes, you do. Well, I guess I wouldn't go that far. Looks like today's performance is not La Morte de Texas, but rather La Morte de Rosati. Find somewhere to hide, children. Sounds nice, but our friend is still up there on the stage. It's a dang hurricane all around the thing. We can't just go hopping onto that. Hopping on into that. God, it is difficult to read Southern dialects. It's even harder to read Southern dialects with a draw. Let's go backstage then. Okay. It looks like it's in his 60s from a glance. Yeah, I'd say probably late 50s, early 60s, maybe even mid 60s actually. Although then again, men tend to get grey quite quickly, so that's probably unfair. You'll love reading bagpipe. I mean, I'm not too bad reading that kind of accent and dialect, so long as my dyslexia doesn't screw with me. Whether or not you'll be pleased is going to be a different thing. You may be very insulted by how I do it, but... yeah. Come on, out of my way. Huh? Go, brave children. Thanks, old man. I'll buy you a slice later. Thank you kindly. Kids these days are so full of pep. What's your plan now, Giovanna? Who are you? I'm assuming you were... Beforehand, I assumed you were a lawyer or something. I mean, obviously you also look like a priest, and I'm assuming you're a Lateran priest, but... Like, you were just there in the court, but... You just give me, like, Judge Dredd vibes for some reason. Like, if anything, he wouldn't go amiss in the Inquisition. Like, he just has that sort of vibe to him. It's weird. Donna Giovanna, we've got everything locked down. Let's get you out while we still can. Why? It's a rare opportunity to watch a wonderful show from a fantastic seat. I'm gonna have to savor this. Oh, you're gonna kick everyone's ass, aren't you? Or at least anyone that tries to attack you. Oh, I suppose she wouldn't be a Donna for nothing. Decided to watch the stream while I'm stranded 2 towns over waiting for the battery to charge. Oh, that is such a mood. It's the gun, isn't it? I suppose, yeah, the way the gun is holstered is quite like the Inquisition. But I was thinking more so just the whole Judge Dredd kind of vibe that he has. Like, and then mixed in with the religion side of it just made him look Inquisition-y. Sorry, you really are her true friend, aren't you? Now, what are you going to get up here, Chilinia? You realise she's here to kill you, right? Even if you find a shortcut, getting to me won't be easy. But if I were to run away right now, do you think the Bolognas and Saluzzos would just give up and call it quits? This is a war now, my dear. The Bolognas and Saluzos have decided to... The Bolognas and Saluzos have decided to... ignore Signora Cecilia's ban on violence and start a gang war. They've just decided to Cecilia. Spread the word. There's only one thing we can do now. Fight to the end. Of course. I will say, Hypergriff's localization team have done really good for translating the newer stories. But when it does happen, when there is a typo, man, it's always one that makes you have to double take. Looks like fine Siracusan wine was nothing special after all. I wouldn't gloat just yet, Colombian scum. Is Dimitri holding a cane? It does look like one. What? I heard blood. Maybe it's not going to be playable. Yes, I know. You Syracusans think the Colombian familia are just rowdy upstarts who haven't paid our dues. And yeah, there are a whole lot of incompetent idiots over in Colombia. But what about you? Can't fault Yostar's translation team. Have you seen my typing skill? Fair enough. I mean, hell, anyone can just look at my typing. No, I just always find it funny how they've done a really good job at improving it, but it's just always the case that when they do have some error or typo, it's always something like really, like, not necessarily glaring, but it's more so like as you're reading it, especially if you're reading it out loud, it's like immediately trips you up and you have to like double take for a moment. It's always that kind of. But what about you? Can you even sniff out the scent of blood under your so-called guns and order? We've never looked down on Siracusa. But from what I've seen today, you don't even deserve my attention. Watch, we've got a situation at the theatre. Someone tell Wallet she doesn't need a ring in every finger. Ah, yes, but if you have a ring on every finger and you punch someone, that's a lot of pain. Also, yeah, those are big rings as well. He's basically just holding a knuckle duster at that point. You've got 5 seconds for your last words. Last words? What's there to say? If you're really going to do it, then tell Leonardo. Leonardo? I was literally about to say Leonardo. Jesus. Tell Leonardo I am sorry. Don't make me feel bad for you, you bastard. Sure. What? Oh, speaking of Leon. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that's surprised by that. Leon? You... I'll handle this my way, Dimitri. Signor Leontuzzo. Here I thought we could get along. You just lost your last chance for that. Well, well, well. Turns out the heir to the great familia just oozes charisma after all. You've made a fool of me, and still you tell me I had a chance to make things right. What's done is done. I'll make you a bet, Wallach. You're a betting man? Signor Leon, mio amico, we're not in a dining hall for one of our offices, or one of our offices. I'm assuming amico means friend, like amigo. We're in a war. And only one of us walking out of this alive. Trust me, you'll love this one. Oh, come on. I hate it when they do that. Ugh, these Rosatis are a pain in the ass. Your Honor? We never heard you were joining us on this one. And anyway, this ain't something you can just walk into. My brother in Christ, what made you think that the judge that's always on about justice is going to be helping you? Or maybe, yes, I guess. Okay. I'm not here to stop you. I'm not interested. I'm looking for someone. Because she's on the family's pockets. Yes, but they must know that she has full reign to stop them, because she's been given that permission before. They think they're in the right. Okay, yeah, fair. I suppose that one as well. Who? We've got one hell of a mess here. Not going to be easy to find anyone. All I need from you is to stay on my way. But even if I die here, that's none of the familiar Belloni's business. Suit yourself, then. Oh, speaking of. There you are. Hold it. I work here. Uh-huh. We got rid of all the workers. What's he doing? Look out, Dan. Blood splatters and a few drops splash across Lavinia's face. Ah, I wish that was an art piece. That would have looked epic. Signorina Lavinia. Oh, what are you doing here? The path opened by Lapland is doing its job. Only a short distance separates her from her old friend. She lets out a soft sigh. Okay, so she does consider, or did consider Lapland a friend. Okay. Unless they mean Giovanna. They probably mean Giovanna in that particular case. Chaos swirls around her, but she knows what to do. Yeah, I need to do the survey now that I'm back on the PC. I knew you'd come, Chilinia. What a look in your eyes there. It's like I'm the prey. Let's see what the last Texas can do. Right. I kind of don't want the Rosatis to lose, not gonna lie. Senor, Director, is this chaos part of the show? Chaos? In my opinion, Secretario Rubio, everything is in perfect order. What comes next will be even better. I see. You lead one of the most prodigious troops in Volsinii, and you've put on a play unlike any other. It's a shame that there's no one here to actually watch. We do have an intermission coming up, though. You may tell me what it is you want from me. Yeah, I do remember Leon's onboarding, and I'm assuming that even though he helped Dimitri, he's probably still not on their side. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, didn't he just... He confronted Wallach, and then suddenly Wallach is not confronting him anymore, so maybe they did strike a deal. Okay, I don't know. Interesting, I wonder how that plays out. It's unfortunate that I did get spoiled by the onboarding, but it'd be interesting to see how that happens. What I want isn't very complicated. With Karachi's death, the seat of Ministro de Lavori Pubblici is now vacant. Oh. Ever the opportunist, I see. You must be thinking about who the most suitable candidate is. I take it you've decided that you're... I've decided that you're that candidate. I don't think there's anyone else better suited than me. Well, yeah, in the lore, Leon isn't really a fighter, or at least he hasn't had to fight. I'm fairly certain that's the whole point of Demetri. I'm fairly certain he's do what Leon can't. Wow. There's still mercy in you at a time like this. The look so psycho isn't gonna finish me off. Oh. I'm not interested in a pointless fight with some punk who was never taking it seriously to begin with. Who was never taking it seriously to begin with, rather. Huh. What are you waiting for? What do you want? To be fair, I don't actually have much of a problem with Leon gameplay-wise. I can see why people aren't overly fond of him. It does seem as though, if you have a Beanstalk, I think, is the character that they mentioned, it seems as though it kind of does it, but some people have likened him to Sayleech and Myrtle, so I'm wondering if... I don't know. I don't know much about that, really. I don't really understand it either. I kind of like him. I'm probably going to focus on him as well for leveling up, but then again, I've never really used... Well, obviously I use that class. I just tend not to focus too much on it, so I suppose it's never really been a big thing for me. I made a bet with someone, and I hope I lose. Wallach looks in the direction Texas went. No one can stop her from assassinating Giovanna. Except Giovanna herself. Basically, like Sayleech, he does a different niche to the standard subclass, yeah. I think what a lot of people said was that it wouldn't be too bad if the walls had a slight buff. There is nobody else in the empty room. Texas immediately realizes what's happening, but it's too late. A knife is already up against her throat. That's who put the knife there. That's who's doing that at the end of the cutscene. Or not cutscene, at the end of the trailer. Interesting, because when the very first time I watched the trailer during my reaction vids, I kind of just assumed it was Texas continuing the fight that she kind of had with... Not Texas. I thought it was Lapland continuing the fight that she had with Texas during the fight against Wallach. And then as I rewatched the trailers again, as I rewatched the trailer multiple times, I realized that there were fingernail color that was different. So it was clearly a different woman. I was like, who is it? Who is it going to be? And that makes a lot of sense now. Since I came to Siracusa, I've been thinking of all the different ways someone might try to kill me. But I never once thought it might be you. Hello, Still. How you doing? And I never imagined you'd let your guard down at a time like this. Did you think that when I saw you, I'd give you a big hug and cry, "Thank goodness, Chelinia, you're still alive"? And when we'd sit down and share a drink and then we'd sit down and share a drink and catch up on everything that's happened over the last few years. I'm here to kill you. Great. With that word, Giovanna drops the knife in her hand. She wears a radiant smile on her face, her expression full of longing, as if the murderous intent from a moment ago was but a light-hearted joke. The eye is silent. Really? So what, would that be Giovanna? No, it can't be, because I'm literally just going to be calling her Jobama throughout the entire time. Or Joe Mama, yeah. Like, that, oh no, come on. See, sometimes it's a good thing that we anglicize names. Giovanna. Oh my god, there's going to be so many jokes. Oh no, I am not gonna... See, though, that's the thing, though, in... if you to a lot of English-speaking people will say Giorno as well. Oh, that is gonna... Giovanna, really? Oh my god, okay. A long time no see, Chelinia. Long time no see, Giovanna. Ah, that's gonna be weird. Ah. Oh, come on. Accents are fluid anyway. Saying the I works as much as anything. Oh, maybe that's why, because I swear, like with that one, I've always read it as Giorno, and I've heard people say that as well. And the same with Giovanna. It's not the first time I've seen the name. I've heard people say Giovanna. Then again, I do live in Spain, so that might be why. People just probably just people seeing it and then saying it as they would normally say it. Okay. Our memories keep us alive and torment us. Okay, there we go. Just that. I was also devastated to find out the K in Yurag was supposed to be silent, just pronounced however you like, to be honest. Oh, that makes so much sense with the K being silent. Huh. Though I'm assuming the J makes a Y sound, seeing as it's based on, like, Scandinavia. More shifted into the O, so like Giovanna. It makes like so kind of like makes a Y sound into it, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Let's have a look at the map. Nice. A kill zone. Dum 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 dum. Also, seeing as there's only 10 events, or 10 events, 10 stages, the leveling up has been relatively slow. Normally, we'd already be on E2 by this point, though I feel like it's going to be bad regardless. Okay, I'm going to stick with this again. Sorry, you were right. Yes, I'm fine. Tell that to E0 players. Oh, I mean, when I played Gavial's event, I didn't have anyone leveled up enough to complete it, so it was like, ugh. Karma the Chimera. No, not the Chimera. I forgot the Chimera. God damn it. Oh well. Are you going off to Texas? When I saw her a minute ago, she told me to wait for her. Let's hunker down until this mess blows over. It's total mayhem out there. Well, if you don't want to lose her, you're gonna want to go after her. What are you planning, Lapland? I highly doubt you want to help them. You give me Yandere vibes. I highly doubt you'd want them to be around her. Lapland. I feel like it's the same with Lapland. For people like her, there's no point trying to guess what they're thinking. It's best to just accept what they say at face value. Only if every word they say is true can you start to figure out that you can start to figure if they're ultimately trying to weave truths into a lie. No Light must have been a nightmare for new players. Oh god, yeah, that was difficult for me, and I don't know if I still count as newish, but I'd say at that point I was relatively experienced at a lot of the regular mechanics. People always say Lapland's a Yandere, but she's really not. She's just obsessed with Texas. True, I suppose. It's just the way she acts around Texas kind of gives Yandere vibes. Like, I suppose maybe because of the stalkerish attitude, maybe it's just sort of assumes that everything else goes into it. Why's that? Well, do you know who it is waiting in that room? Stoltifera gimmick is pain. Oh, what, the vines, not the vines, the brand. Giovanna Rosati. Giovanna, I don't know. If there's anyone who could actually get Texas to come back to Siracusa, it ain't me or Bernardo. And it sure as hell ain't Signora Cecilia. It's her, Giovanna. Or Giovanna, probably that one. Chelinia, you're a lot taller than you used to be. Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it? It's been years. By the way, I've met some of your friends from Lungman. Your name came up a few times, and from what they said, I can tell they're worried about you. I didn't think they'd come here. You're nothing like them at all. I never thought you'd make such lively, outgoing friends with that personality of yours. You don't count? If you really thought I was your friend, you wouldn't have gone so long without writing me. Alright. I know you must be hiding something else. What about you? Me? Nothing much. The liquidation came too suddenly. None of Columbia's familia could sleep at night. I couldn't bear to see that any longer, so I stood up to take charge of the situation. I opened up talks with Signora Cecilia, and we basically managed to sort things out. That's all there is to it. You make it sound so easy. Honestly, I should be complaining to you, but it's been too long since I've had anyone to confide in. That's why you poured your heart and soul into your scripts. Could you tell? La Morte de Texas, my magnum opus. There were some details in it that only you'd know. No, shut up, Karma. No. Just read the game. I guess that means my memory's pretty good then. But I could never decide on what to do with Act 3, with your death. I guess there's no need to think about it anymore. Actually, becoming a playwright has another purpose. It's an open secret that Bernardo passed responsibility for the Familia onto his son. While he went on to become the artistic director of his troupe, Compagnia dell'Alba, I wanted a chance to meet him. You know, there aren't many mafiosi who would do something like that. But the one who ended up shattering all expectations was him. I guess I should have expected it after all. From the man who built Familia Bellone into what it is in just a single generation. By the looks of things, he really wants to challenge Signora Cecilia. You don't seem worried about it. All I can say is, if Bernardo considers you his trump card against the Rosatis, he's counting his foul beasts before they hatched. You were right to come to me, Chilinia. No matter what's going on between you and Bolognes, I can help you. Join me. The two of us together will make a difference in Siracusa. And not just because you're Salvadore's granddaughter. Because I know you, Chilinia. You can make a difference. We'll start over together, Chilinia. I feel like Texas is going to kill her. I'm getting death flags here. I feel like if Texas doesn't, someone else is going to. It's just that, you know, we can start over. The moment someone says that. Especially when it's someone who's on the other side of a fight. Don't you want to know how I managed to survive? Giovanna, it was no fluke that I survived the liquidation. So you're here, standing on this stage, performing this play. How much do you know about what happened 7 years ago? 7 years ago. Texas's father, name that I can't remember how it's pronounced, murdered his own father, Salvadore, and declared that the Texases would no longer operate under Siracusa's control. That upset Signora Cecilia, who sent an elite force from the 12 families to Colombia to liquidate the Texas family. You were part of that, weren't you? Look who's such a smarty. At the time, Chilinia, Texas was a star-studded name. She was Colombian, but even Syracusans had nothing but wonderful things to say about her. This whole time, you've been trying to beat Texas? Beat her? No. Back when the Salutsos were looking after her, we were pretty competitive. Sometimes I'd win our little contests. Sometimes I'd lose. I did want to beat her, but that had nothing to do with what happened later. Then, you certainly do care deeply for her. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with the plot of the story either. At least, tell me what happened. I joined in the liquidation. I was fantasizing about how she would fight me to the death for the sake of her familia. It got my heart pounding and my blood racing. But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw that day. Oh, did Texas already do it before they even arrived? You're a hitman too, aren't you, Dan Brown? I am. Signorina Lavinia, 7 years ago, I was part of the team that carried out the liquidation of Familia Texas. I arrived in the city ahead of time, took up a job at a car wash, and secretly observed Texas's every move. The face that Texas saw in the dream. Also, why do I get the feeling now that Rubio was also one of the people that went to Colombia to liquidate the Texas? Because apparently everyone and their mother was part of the team. Then the team from Siracusa arrived, and a group of Colombians found me. Colombian mafiosi are pretty careless, real full of themselves. I could have dealt with them easily enough if it wasn't for that one girl. I knew her. She was a Texas, but everyone said she was like a Syracusan. Shalinia. When I see you, I'm sometimes reminded of her. Was she as stupid as me, rambling about ideals with a murderer? No. Signorina Lavinia. I never meant to make fun of your ideals. It's just, I can barely believe it. Hearing you talk about that stuff, it's like listening to a real pretty fairy tale. To me, your ideals are so pretty, they're kind of a shortcut to get me a good night's sleep. That day, I was ready to fight for my life. I was convinced she would see right through me. But she let me walk right by her, just like this. I wanted to know more. Come on. The audience has scattered in every direction. The battle between murderers has moved on. The theatre is emptied out. As Lapland speaks, she takes light dance steps out onto the open stage, or empty stage. The associates of Familia Texas were already pretty much wiped out. But what about Shalinia? She was the only one missing. We couldn't let anyone live to talk about what happened, especially not the eldest daughter, so we all went to track her down. And that was when the chaos broke out. The Texas mansion went up in flames, burning away the Familia's very existence. And the arsonist was standing there at the front door, right in front of me. The bit of the trailer where they're staring at each other behind the burning building. She slowly turned and walked towards me. At that moment, I understood. She decided to stand by and watch the end of her own familia. But who could blame her? Her father murdered her grandfather and didn't want to be an accomplice to that. Yeah, I was going to say, so she wasn't against the grandfather like I originally thought. So she did, I guess, support him. Or at the very least didn't want to be against it. Only she had the right to blame herself. But there's more to it than that. When I looked into her eyes, what I saw was exhaustion. Shalinia's story is no secret to Familia Saluzzo, or to me. After all, the one who led the Saluzzo team at the time was none other than Signorina Lapland. Oh, she led it. She got kicked out because she went out on her own to hunt Chalinia. Her men got caught up in a counterattack, and a lot of them died. Oh, I see. Oh my god, I've got to find that meme. That sounds absolutely hilarious. I won't run away, nor will I avert my eyes. Also, I noticed the Epoch one had smoke instead of a Polki, or am I mistaken? Ooh, that'd be interesting if that's the case. And that would actually explain things as well if it is to break a habit, because the way she eats the Poke Sticks does always look like having one of those cigarettes, specifically one of those cigarettes in those long holders. So it did always make me wonder if it was, because she will never just eat them. It was just always to have something in the mouth. Kind of like how nowadays people tend to have like toothpicks. They'll like chew on a toothpick instead of smoking, just that they have something, you know, like there where the cigarette would normally be. That'd be quite interesting if that's the case. Because I mean, also, as Louise said, censorship, but even if it is censorship, you might as well use, you know, if you're going to censor it, you might as well add extra story to it so that it isn't just a pointless censorship. Have it make sense. So if they do frame it that way as sort of like a habit breaking thing, then that's a pretty clever way of doing it. For so long, she has told herself as much. But this time, her words fail her. Look at the bodies on the street, Lavinia. Listen to the shouts and cries in the distance. What can you do? The only advice I can give you is the same I gave Chalinia. Run. The farther, the better. Even if your past is going to catch up to you, you'll at least enjoy a moment of peace. Otherwise, you will die. But I still don't want to. Her past kicked down her door. It might have been against her will at first, but she was forced out only to find nothing changed. Maybe she'll decide the things she ran away from weren't actually all that bad. Her life in Lungman might have been a slightly extended vacation. And now, the one most intimately connected with her family and her past is standing right in front of her. That's what you wanted to tell me, right? Yep. If that's the case, I will respect her decision. Even though you're her best friend. Because I'm her best friend. Darn tootin'. Ugh, that physically hurt me to say. Unless the pizza in Siracusa becomes inedible. My grandfather was a sentimental man. He sent me to Siracusa hoping I would remember my roots. I lived there for a while. People there told me all the time that I fit in, like a Syracusan. But for me, I was just doing what I always been doing. The way I lived my life in Colombia was no different than the way I lived in Siracusa. And what I saw in Siracusa was no different from what I saw in Colombia. You might know the story of Familia, Texas like the back of your hand, but I saw it with my own eyes. Life isn't a play where every move is sprinkled with a little heroism or villainy. What happened was just an undignified slaughter. My father bought a counterfeit gun from Blacksteel. When he pulled the trigger, it exploded and did a number on him. Wait. Why is... I thought Blacksteel did good weapons. Why is Blacksteel doing, like, shit counterfeits? I thought Blacksteel was well, I know Blacksteel's a mercenary group, but I thought they did, like, their own in-house weapons or something. My grandfather fell to the ground. My father drew his knee with his injured... Drew his knife, there we go. I was going to say knee. My father drew his knife with his injured hand, but the first stab went wide. I heard everything from the doorway. Hoarse curses, groans of pain. Commotion lasted for a long time before it finally ended. I think it's because I originally tried to read it as he went to his knees or something like that. As in, like, he fell, but... I don't know, it's weird. Blacksteel's the PMC, not a gun maker. Oh, I thought they did their own weapons and stuff as well. I thought they sourced their own equipment. But I suppose, yeah, if Blacksteel also get, like, black market stuff, then I suppose it would make sense. Though it seems weird because I thought Blacksteel is also quite well off. Raytheon is the weapons maker. Oh yeah, I know Ray. Isn't it like Raytheon or something? But because Raytheon is the actual company in real life. The commotion lasted for a long time before it finally ended. Oh, it's a counterfeit of a regular Blacksteel gun. Oh. Right, okay. That makes more sense. In that moment, I was exhausted. Exhausted with everything. So I decided to leave. Are you telling me that Lungmen is your home now? I don't know. I can't say for sure. But I at least know I had a pretty good time there. Yo, I'm new. How are you enjoying the event so far? I am really loving this event. I'm really loving the story. It has very quickly become one of my favorite events so far. You're just like you were back then, blunt and straight to the point. I really hope you become an operator in the future. And you don't actually die here. Looks like I'm the one getting ahead of myself. Here, I was thinking you can just ask for my help. Or here, I was thinking you came to ask for my help, rather. Or at least you'd want to catch up with me. But in the end, you're here to tell me that we can never go back. You know, Chilinia, That's awfully heartless of you. I was shocked when I heard you were still alive, but you went ahead and stamped out my hope all over again. I'm sorry, Giovanna. I don't want to be Syracusan or Colombian. I just want to be Chilinia, Texas. This is your last chance. If you want to talk through these doors... Oh, if you walk through those doors, you'll be my enemy. The Rosati's enemy. Arknights sometimes stresses me out with death flags. It really does. Literally ever since, like, all the way back. I can't even remember the first one. Was it the Yetis? Or was it before that? There was just... No, it must have been Yetis, because before that was the anime and I already knew what was going to happen. It must have been the Yetis with the drinks. Ever since then, the moment I see something that is a classic death flag trope, alarm bells go off in my head. It's like that scene in SpongeBob where it goes into the brain and it's like a whole bunch of smaller versions running around screaming, there's fire in the corner. It's just like, no. Faust? Was Faust first? Oh yeah, Faust was first. Or maybe not, I can't remember. Oh, was Faust first or was the Yetis first? Faust is before Yetis, okay. You'll be in our way, and I, as Donna Rosati, have a responsibility to eliminate everything that stands in our way. Don't make me do this. You're just too sentimental, Giovanna. Faust is too wholesome to die. I still feel shit about that, to be honest.
Well, I'll be sure to bring you some good news.
君たちのために地獄の一等地に部屋を用意しておいたから。
Come on, please give me the time, please give me the time, please give me the time. No. No. I'm going to do that. That was stupid of me because, of course, it spends the DP. What am I talking about? Oh, well. Now I'm going to have to put someone else there because I won't have the time. Or maybe I can, maybe I can, maybe I can, maybe I can.
This gavel of justice is waiting. Can crimes be punished through methods outside of the law?
Ah, that's not quite good.
It's safe here.
Ah.
ちょっとからかってあげようっと。
Oh, that's bad. Fuck it.
アップルパイ。怪我人はいない。
It just keeps spinning. Someone needs to actually no. Someone needs to do that with the leak spin song. Oh god, there's a lot now. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Ah, this is... Yep, there goes all the civilians. Ah, shit, there goes them.
ディオポーレント。
All right then.
ロックンロール。
Let's take them all out.
heal that wound in no time.
Face me! Focus fire!
Understood.
Wait, he's not pointing. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, well, he can. She can, rather.
Barrage! Rock'n'roll!
There we go. I really need to... I need to level up meteorites some more. I've only just started having her back in, which is why she's still quite underleveled. The most unremarkable department of food security. And its popular but underappreciated Segretario. At this point, men like Karachi, who were propped up to maintain balance between the major familia, are no longer needed. What you need is a puppet that is safe and useful. Am I wrong? Signor Segretario, a truly safe and useful puppet would never refer to himself as such. I just happen to be a bit more self-aware than others. Mightily self-aware you are. You're right, Rubio. You are the best candidate to replace Karachi. But if you're willing to be so frank with me, I might as well share something with you. I'm still expecting Rubio to be some big-ass, like, some super important thing. I'm still expecting, like, okay, he was part of the liquidation and now he's some secret thing. Plot twist, he's a mafioso. Not mafioso, he's a Don. It's gonna be like something stupid like that. I'm listening. My associates killed Karachi. You've got guts, and I like talking with men like you. Rubio is Senora. He works with Senora. That's another idea. He is her eyes and ears. So I'm willing to give you a chance. Turn around and leave this room. Get what you said, and no harm will come to you. Then go back home, spend time with your wife and daughter. Savor the last moments of peace in this city. Doesn't that mean you'd need a puppet like me all the more? Hmm? You're after this chaos. What's happening around us? You want to overturn the law laid down by Signora Cecilia. But you don't care if she rules, or if we go back to the old days, old ways. The conflict among Familia never had anything to do with us commoners. When something happens, we just wait to see the result. It makes no difference to the commoners whether Signora Cecilia rules or you do. But the winner will need something to maintain a facade of order. As a Don of a Familia, surely you understand this principle. It isn't impossible for the commoners to survive without the Familia, but the same cannot be said for the Familia without the commoners. You're telling me that you want to hold the real power? Oh, that's you hold the real power, not that you want. Barely made it home, 3% battery left. Oh, nice. No, I'm making a self-serving justification for the week. Oh, thank you for the reminder. A good justification at that. But it doesn't tell me what you're really after. Power, Don Bernardo. Since I was a kid, everyone's looked down on me because I'm weak and because I look like, you know, this. The oppression I felt from people around me was more real than anything the Familia ever did. I've suffered that my entire life, waiting for this chance. You tell me that you're the one, that you're the one who had Karachi killed? All I can think is, thank goodness I came at the right time. You may not want to hear this, but if you're going up against Signora Cecilia, it's probably not going to go your way. But who cares? Doesn't matter to me if you win or lose, in the end. But power is something Signora Cecilia can't give me. It's got to be you. Ooh, that's a grumpy face. You're an honest man, Rubio. I like making friends with honest men. Don Bernardo. What was that sound I made? Give my order. Tell them that's enough for today. Of course. So I guess they failed in their attack then. Just what happened? That room over there started shaking. Looks like she chose you. Looks like she chose you. Huh? That earthquake is Giovanna's art. Sounds like they had a falling out. Look, Texas jumped out the window. Let's go after her. Right. Texas. If, and I mean if, we were friends back then, could I have kept you in Siracusa? Also, wow, that expression. I don't think I've seen that face from her before at any point in this event. Damn. Fat chance, right? Just immediate 180. Okay. Wow. Immediate 180. Just, okay. We would have just slaughtered each other. Lavinia, don't make me kill you. I've got a job to do. Wow, that's... You could hear how heavy that sounded. Just that swoosh of... I forgot what it's called that she uses, but... like, you could hear how heavy that was. Signorina Lavinia, I pray that you aren't born in Siracusa the next time around. Gavel, yes, there we go. What are you doing here? Just a second. Who are you? You're one of Saluzzo's hitmen, right? The operation is over. Don Bernardo's orders, just in. Lavinia, you shouldn't have shown your face here. That's not up to you. You've interfered with a Saluzzo operation. It's going to ruin the relationship between our two familia. So why don't you go beg Alberto's forgiveness with my head on a silver platter? Wait, please, Signor Bernardo. I mean, Don. I have a presumptuous request. I imagine Signor Leontuzzo will be very busy in the future. It's unrealistic to expect him to help me the way he did Karachi. I'd like to ask you for a new assistant. Ask for Lavinia. The judge here would be a suitable pick. That certainly is one option. What are you two talking about? Ah, how impertinent of me. carry on this conversation without including the subject, Signorina Lavinia. Don Bernardo has decided that I, Rubio, the humble ex-secretary of food safety, shall take Karachi's place as the next Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. And I have to admit, I'm not too experienced with bureaucratic affairs, rather. So I hope that you, as someone with ample experience, will be my assistant. It'd be funny if it turns out that Rubio is one of the other Fangs. And is just being sneaky. I wonder how Sora and the others are doing. Hello there. What? Why are you here? When you get old, you start looking for a place to enjoy the rest of your days. And yet you chose Siracusa, of all places. Found her. She's right over here, there. Surround her. Looks like you insist on getting in my way. She's still worried about you after what happened. As for me, I'm old now, so I spend my days taking care of the youth. It's a hobby. No offense, father, but when you have that collar on, that's kind of a red flag for me. Also, I do kind of feel like they know each other, as Zom said. Which kind of makes me wonder. Stay a while and have a chat with your elder. Next time. Oh. Bright. Yeah. Talk about bright. Wasn't that very recent in America? Oh yeah, I forgot there was another one that happened. Texas will protect you. Oh, here comes Penguin. Hey! Oh, another awesome look. Also, I like the use of that, using the shield and the gun up top. And then there's Sora, who's apparently emotional support at the moment. Is that Texas there? Just vaguely appearing. Oh, let's have a look-see. Who's off fighting all by herself? Why are you all here? She's always emotional support, she's a bard. Okay, fair enough. As far as I can tell, the Siracusan families always fight together. It's your culture. And Penguin Logistics culture is to party hard? In that case, it should be don't be afraid to rumble, right? You got it. Oh, the way they immediately went back into the swing of things. Seriously though, old man, you think you could let this one slide? A favour from one sancta to another? Get your head on straight, Ixu. You do have a point. The rainy season in Siracusa is a long one. It didn't bother me when I was young, but now the arthritis is such a hassle. Children, striving for strength is fine, but remember to put your health and safety first. You're pulling my leg? Thanks a bunch. By the way, if I ever did want to talk with you, where could I find you? If you're searching for redemption, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do for you. Wow. How unpriestly. But if you're searching for orders, rather, you will find me everywhere. Okay, it really is like Judge Dredd there. That's enough. Let's get out of here. Woohoo! Oh yeah, I know if oh, what was it? If you kill a Sancta, the Halo and wings go black, don't they? And do you also get horns? Like Sarkaz? Or is that a different thing that gets the horns? I think it was one of the two. Donna. What's the situation? Shooting at another Sancta is enough, no need killing. Oh! Yeah, for the black. Oh, so the horns are something else. Okay. Because the Executor has black wings and a halo, but no horns. Oh, okay. What's the situation? Well, the Belloners have retreated. Good work. Where's Jelinia? Gone. Gone? She couldn't kill me, and I couldn't kill her. Let's head back and prepare. The Belloners aren't going to let this go. Right. Oh, who else? Oh wait, that's actually a thing. I noticed the different color, or not different color, sorry, the different shape. But I didn't think much of it at the time. I just assumed it was just artistic direction. Interesting. Have you played Guiding Ahead? I'm not sure. I don't think so. You've won, Leon Tutsu. Oh no, in Arknights every detail has a reason. True, but isn't there like no reason for why some people are anthropomorphic and some people are human-like? Because isn't that just whatever they decided to make the character look? Or maybe there is a reason, we just don't know yet. But as far as I'm aware, no one could give me an answer as to why. Oh, is Guiding Ahead not a side story yet? Anyway, your original plan wasn't to win over Wallach, was it? But wasn't that the best option, given the circumstances? Can't deny that. Alright, enough talk. Let's get you in the car. Leon, you still haven't given up, have you? Compared to what Lavinia has been through, this setback is nothing. You're going to do great things. Maybe one day, you might actually be able to realize your dreams in Siracusa. Also, I don't like what Leon's on-board line implies for characters like Dimitri. because he's also part of the Bologna family. And when that time comes, you'll be my right-hand man. I don't get along with Lavinia. There are some things better left to her, and others better left to you. You cheeky bastard. You're already thinking about that kind of stuff. Dimitri, I'm still angry about what you and my father were plotting. I don't understand why he insists on continuing, even now. But in the end, I'm still part of this familia. Safe landing. Feels great to be back on our own turf. Whew. Siracusans sure are a pain in the ass. I'm totally wiped. You hanging in there, Sora? Yes, but my dress got a bit torn up. Well, shoot. That one was awfully expensive, wasn't it? We'll figure something out. I just assumed the theatre bought it as a costume. Well, the line is kind of a spoiler because I've already gotten Vigil. Because you get him just by completing one of the side stories. So I got it like last stream, and it was kind of just looking at it as like, I feel like if they're going to have the characters flat out start off after the events of the game, then they should give it to you as a reward after the events of the game. After you finish like the last thing or something, they should make that the criteria. Alrighty, 1 bottle per person. That's quite a lot to drink. Come on, knock it off with that stone face. Just think of it this way, the 3 of us also happen to be on vacation here. Or just use another on board line. Yeah, true. I mean, they could have used that for the E2 promotion, I'd imagine. Then, what's with the show? Oh, that's, just a way to grow my career. Plus, I thought it made... might make finding you a little easier. I reckon it sure did looking at the way things turned out. Yeah, sure enough. Isn't Bison no longer with Penguin Logistics? Wasn't he only an intern for the Code of Brawl timeline? And then I imagine, like with all internships, it stops. The atmosphere remains chilly for a while. But finally, an unavoidable problem emerges. Where do they go from here? Texas does not have it in her to ask. Texas, I had an agreement with the director. And now that I've found you, I'll stay here and complete my performance contract. But I've spoken with the director a few times. It's a little scary in retrospect, but I don't think he's the kind of man to hold our lives over you. You have a point. If he wanted to do something like that, he would have locked us up a long time ago. Okay, alright. Let's quit the drawing. You keep talking, and I keep getting scareder and scareder. There we go. It's gonna be really painful when I do Lone Trail or any other event that takes place in Colombia, isn't it? I don't know if Croissant is Colombian, but the accent, it's the accent and dialect. We really are here to see you. If it wasn't so dangerous out there, I'd like you to show us around. Okay. When we're through this, I'll give you a tour. Anyways, let's celebrate this Penguin Logistics reunion in Siracusa. Cheers. The biggest thing... Oh. An unknown number. Wait, how would you know? It's a dial. It's a spin phone at the back. I don't remember ever giving out this number. Yeah, it was the spin phone. What do you mean number? Okay. Hello, who am I speaking with? It seems you're safe and sound, Signorina Sora. That's a relief. You know what happened with Texas, right? Don't worry, Signorina. Colombia speaks Spanish, you should worry about Rim Billiton. What do you mean? Isn't Colombia based on... Oh. No, because Iberia settled Colombia, didn't they? But even still, though, no, they're still American. They still... At least the voices, they put on American accents. So I'm fairly certain Colombia isn't going to be Spanish. It's just going to be... They're going to use American accents and dialects. Probably just use... If they are going to go with the... You know, Iberia settled part of Colombia and therefore part of it speaks Spanish. Yeah, but it's still going to be American. So I'm not entirely sure why it would be. But also, Rim Billiton is fine. I'm fine with an Australian accent, or not an Australian accent, I'm fine with Australian dialect because it's not really that different. Your Penguin Logistics friends must be enjoying a joyous reunion. And I certainly don't want to interrupt that. Gray has some Spanish phrases. Well, yeah, and I suppose that's because apparently Iberia settled or colonized. Oh no, that's Gray from Bolivar. Oh, maybe not then. I don't know. Oh, it's confusing me because I know that there is technically Iberian influences, but I'm fairly certain it's not much. Though if it is also based on like places like Nevada and California, then it would make sense you would have a bit of Spanish in there, but I'm fairly certain it's just going to be American accents, probably not too dissimilar from how Croissant talks. But I was just thinking, you might have a lot of questions for me. I didn't get to do Dorothy's Visions, no. I think I did like one stage and then I had to do other things, so I ended up missing the event. So I'll be waiting for you at the theatre tomorrow. Right. Who's the character,
Let's grab a nice
Sneak?
dinner after we clean up the battlefield. My treat.
No, that's explorable. Where is the broadcast? Oh, okay, it doesn't matter because it's Penguin Logistics anyway. You should have picked up the first foul beast egg when it appeared. Okay. His name is Sonny. Okay. I'll take a look when I do it. Oh, Oh, I've seen this on the internet. This is the cars going by like a street. If possible, Gabriel one area and I was about to say province. That's not province. Why have I forgotten a name? Okay. Why have I forgotten a name? Oh, person there. And then, I don't know, I could probably put some ranged penance. There we go. Thank you for the reminder. I might go with machine gun considering how many there are.
Got it.
Okay, I'll see this. Remember to drink? Oh, thank you. Take Cora for spot? Could do, yeah.
I got lots of friends here.
God, okay. Okay, I think I'll go with it. I've already changed Chimera, don't worry. I changed it out to the machine gun instead. Here's the pizza you ordered. Oh, it's going to be Ben, isn't it? Oh, never mind. Grazie. Grazie. Is someone sitting here? Yes. Great. Glad to join you. I was like, I said the seat's taken. You should go and continue your familiar's work. Don't bother a commoner like me. Lavinia. I'm not blaming you, Leon. I don't blame Bernardo either. If there's anyone to blame, it would have to be me. No, Christmas. We're not going there. Siblings fighting again. They really do act like siblings. It's really interesting. I really like their dynamic, not gonna lie. It's my fault I was born into this country and still cling to these fantasies in my heart. I have no reason to blame either of you. I'm not trying to reason with you at a time like this. I know full well that comforting words mean nothing right now. Even though I'm a victim just like you, it's only natural for you to see me as the perpetrator. All I can tell you is, I still haven't given up. That's all. There are too many things going on in the city these days. Do keep an eye out and stay safe. If you run into any problems, give me a call. It's not it's not love or a crush, just straight up close friendship. Yeah, exactly. It's just really nice. And again, I like that it's very sibling-like, which kind of gives me the impression they must have, at the very least, grown up together. Or at the very least, spent a lot of time together. So I don't feel the sibling energy, more so master and student type. No, it seemed a lot like... I suppose I can sort of see the master and student, but I've always sort of seen Lavinia kind of like a big sister in a way, especially when she was trying to pester Leon into eating asparagus, that in like the very first cutscene. Like it just felt very much like a big sister, younger brother sort of dynamic. And then like this, where it's like, you know, we don't talk about this at the table. Like it sounds like, you know, it sounds like a very family thing. And okay, yeah, familia, but you get my point. So it does also give me the impression that they grew up together as well. So like I know she's had the backing of the familia, but it does make me feel like they've known each other long enough to develop the kind of friendship where it is like where they do act like siblings. Secretario Rubio. Are you free right now, Your Honor? Folks on the street seem mighty jumpy. Oh, what happened yesterday was a pretty big deal. I also imagine they'd be jumpy all the time. They're in Siracusa. You really gonna talk to that director? Yes. There are some things I need to set straight with him, no matter what. But it'll be fine. Keep doing what you need to do, Croissant. I'll be there, don't worry. In that case, I'll be Croissant's bodyguard for the day. Thanks, I appreciate it. If things go south, you give us a holler. Will do. Croissant, you were thinking about the whole business with Texas again, aren't you? Reading me like a book, huh? You can say that again. I'm the same after all. I love the pouty face she makes. I know what Sora is thinking. If Texas really wants to stay, she's going to respect her opinion. And I agree with that. But I still want my sister to meet my friends. At least, if there's a way to get Texas out of Siracusa safely, you'd want to find it too, wouldn't you? Do we know what Exu's sister looks like? Has she been shown yet? Or are they sort of like, or is this sort of like teasing her up to be an operator or something? We know who her sister is. Guiding ahead. Okay. Yeah, I reckon I can't hide anything from you. Probably couldn't hide it from those two either. Just like we can understand what Sora's thinking, they understand what we're thinking. Very cute sniper. Oh, is she already playable? Or is that just what she is in the story? But this is still Siracusa, and Texas tangling with some of the biggest shops in the country. I got no clue what I'm even supposed to do. What she is, sorry, okay. Not playable yet. Okay, maybe this constant, you know, I want you to meet my sister thing might be alluding to being playable at some point. Oh? I thought you've already figured it out. Huh? Speaking of big shots in the country, didn't we meet one of them yesterday? Oh, yeah. Come in. There's a new Laterano event coming, so maybe. Ooh. Oh, is that what was teased with the trailer about Laterano's history? The one that was spoken in Latin? Welcome, Signorina Sora, Signorina Chalilia. Chalilia? Chalinia. Yes. Okay, nice. Cool. why are you dragging Sora and the others into this? Sora's resume came across my desk. Sora's resume coming across my desk was honestly a coincidence. Of course, it could also be something of an inevitability. After all, Compagnia dell'Alba is a pretty well-known troupe in Siracusa. What most fans don't know is that the troupe's director is actually the Don of Familia Bellone. That, of course, is a secret. So I wonder what's the secret. Is the secret that the director is the Don, or is the secret that the Don is the director? Like, do they know who the Don is, but they don't know, but the director's face is never seen? Or is the director the one that's out in the public, but the Don is what's behind closed doors? Because normally someone this high profile doesn't very easily get away with hiding one or the other, so... After all, I have handed the Familia's business in the city to my son, and I'm no backseat driver. Signorina Celinia, Signorina Sora, I've been directing this troupe for 6 years. I hope the two of you can at least believe that my pursuit and love of the arts has nothing to do with my business. I too would like to see Signorina Sora shine dazzling bright on stage. If I could, then let the two of you finish your heartwarming reunion. But you don't particularly care if she does get dragged in, do you? Drop the pretense, Bernardo. No matter how you try to sugarcoat it, even if meeting Sora was just a coincidence, how could I expect you to care about her safety? Enough jokes. Lovely, Celinia. This is the first time I've seen you angry since you got back to Siracusa. Director, there's something I need to know. By all means. Is the agreement between the two of us still valid? You're talking about... that, even if I found Texas, I'll stay with the troupe and continue performing. Oh? And here I thought you came to terminate our contract. What I can do is totally insignificant in the face of the conflict between families. It'd be too hard for Texas to protect us in all that chaos. And I trust that you're a man of your word at least. So, to cut to the chase, I'm willing to stay here and be your hostage. Your bravery never ceases to impress me, Signorina. But there's no need to be nervous. I didn't call you here to castigate you. In fact, what happened at the theatre was meant to be a healthy exchange of pleasantries with the Rosatis. I consider that bullshit. What you've accomplished has already surpassed my wildest dreams. And so, I'd like to inform you that the contract between us is terminated. You're free to go. From now on, Celinia is no longer under Familia Bellone's protection. Is this bargaining chip enough to satisfy you, my friend? Oh, who's this going to be? Saluzzo? Oh, Wallach. Satisfy me? You think I'd forget who brought her back in the first place? What I want to know is, what was the point of this from the very beginning? You should thank my son. He was the one who convinced me you were someone to cooperate with. Leon? I see. I've always been optimistic about Familia Rosati's development. Celinia was just the one who built the foundation for our cooperation today. Yeah, and how many people on both sides of the family died for this, though? It seems stupid. Like, they literally could have just used Texas's existence, seeing as, you know, the Rosatis Well, he doesn't like her, but the Rosatis like her. Or want, or at the very least idolize her to an extent. In other words, even if Leon Tutso didn't come to me, you would have. Like father, like son. Touching. I just hope my son can learn a thing or two from your drive. Listen, Bernardo. Other people fall for your tricks, but I won't. Of course, Wallach. I did these things to show you who really stands in your way. Oh? Is this my biggest obstacle not sitting right in front of me? If you think you can get me to betray my Donna, keep dreaming. Perish the thought. No, this is a reminder. Deep down, you know the truth. Chelinia's visit has greatly affected Giovanna. Giovanna. Whatever. Everyone in Syracuse respects Salvatore, but respect isn't blind obedience. Salvatore's era ended 7 years ago. In this day and age, are you still willing to serve Giovanna to protect his legacy? The Donna works for the greater good. The greater good she wants the same one you want. Emilia Rosati used to dominate Columbia, standing on equal footing with the Texases. Coming back here to Syracuse, they're pushed around by the other 11 familia. Shouldn't your Rosatis rise above the other familia and drag Signorina Cecilia down from Grey Hall? Stop talking like you know me, old man. I don't know you, but I know people like you. And I know that look in your eye. Not a single man alive could ever get comfortable with the stagnant cesspool that Syracuse has become. You understood that when you saw Chelinia walk out that room alive, didn't you? Even if that's true, even if what you said is right, that's something for our familia to figure out. Aren't old-fashioned familia like you the most reluctant to get their hands dirty? Are you telling me this is what Syracusan dignity means? Wrong again, Wallach. I invited you here to share an opportunity with you. An opportunity to overthrow the existing order in Syracuse and establish a new one. Why the Rosatis? 60 years ago, Signora Cecilia brought back two things from Laterano: guns and order. Today, people think a unified decision of the Dodici Familia created Grey Hall. But they forget how Signora Cecilia got the Dodici to sit down together. Absolute power. Alberto is too prudent, too analytical. He's been cautious his whole life. And prudence isn't what I need to take on Signora Cecilia. What I want is a friend who's also looking to overthrow the existing order. Think about it carefully, Wallach. This is your best opportunity you're going to get. Is the Donna here? Over in that room. Go and tell her that I'm going to deal with Chelinia by abducting her friends. Are we seriously going to do that? What you should be asking instead is this really what you want the Rosatis to be? You sure the guy we met yesterday is all that wonderful? Yeah, I've got a hunch. Why would such a heavy hitter be hanging around this town, though? I think it makes sense. If I were in his position, I'd do the same thing. Hearing it from you does make it more convincing somehow. But how do you know he's at the courthouse? Hmm? Oh, there you are. He's asleep. Well, do you remember the last thing he said? It gave me the impression he'd normally be in court, not at the church. Oh, I see. Oh, that makes sense. If you want... What was it called? Not repentance, but if you want whatever the religious thing is, I'm not your person, but if you want order, I am. That was a nice hint. That was a nice hint. Right, sir? Sir? There it is. Yeah, but what was the other thing he said, though? He said, if you're looking for... I can't remember if it was repentance or something like that. Something, one of the religious things, you know, when you go and confess your sins. And he said, if you're looking for that, then I'm not that person. But if you're looking for order, you can find, you know where to find me. Something like that. Redemption, there we go, thank you. I'm thinking we should leave him be. Hmm? Huh? Oh, it's you kids. Hello there. We came to ask you a few questions. Good, good. Take a seat. It's never a bad day to talk to the youth. We've got a friend who's all mixed up in a contract with them families. They've got her doing all kinds of things for them. We've been noodling on whether or not there might be a way out for her. Your friend's surname is Texas, isn't it? Yes. I did not realise that, and I've only just realised that they've got the name. Agenia? 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 I don't know, another angelic sounding name. I wonder if it's got... I imagine it must have a meaning. I think so far all of the Sancta names have either an actual biblical name or a name that has a meaning. Anyway, I've heard that Bernardo is a man of his word. As the Don, he must never break his promises. But even us foreigners can tell all this hubbub is the Bologna family trying to rile up Signora Cecilia. We ain't about to go sticking our heads in all this complicated business. To be honest, it don't got much to do with us neither. But we don't want Texas getting any payback from Signora Cecilia. Back then Cecilia's fury towards name that I can't pronounce was what he had done for what he had done was just as great as her admiration for Salvadore. Lemuen. Oh, interesting. Because it was the most direct challenge to the order she had established. Cecilia's attempts at... Cecilia accepts all comers within this order, but she will not allow anyone to upend the entire order. So what you're saying is, there ain't no loopholes in this order, is that it? I used to think that, my child. But there are no absolutes, only Sith dealer knows. When it comes to orders established by man, I feel like that's him looking down on rules made by regular people, considering his rules are made by, well, the law, I guess, artificial intelligence or whatever it is. Just as why me meeting you has nothing to do with Chilinia. It was just because I happened to meet a fellow Sanctor here. Before Sicilia, the land of Siracusa was not without order. The only difference is the order that the families believed in came from themselves. And as no two familia could ever share the same order, they could only fight. Sicilia's actions did not completely break this order. Instead, it unified the orders among different families into a single universal standard. All the families were united into one. And thus, Siracusa became Siracusa. Now tell me, do you know what this means? You're saying Siracusa before and after Signora Cecilia never actually changed. Clever girl. The problems that existed in Siracusa in the past still exist today. We, are all aware of this fact. But all these problems can be resolved by seeing Cecilia's fold. Meeting Signora Cecilia, that's a tall order. That is one thing I will not help you with. But for her, there may be a way. However, the price may be too high to pay. Don't say it. Karma, what is your most favourite Arknight species you want to know more about? For me, it's Sanctor and Aegir. Or race, rather, yeah. I definitely think Aegir is one of them. At the very least, I want to know a bit more about the people, nation, culture. I don't know how much of it is actually written on the wiki and all the information, so I'll have to dig down into it at some point. But they're definitely one I want to learn more about. As for the others, I don't know really. It's hard to say because I really like a lot of. I really like at least in terms of designs and all that. I really like a lot of them. It's like they all just sort of work really well together. That it's hard for me to really pick and choose. I think it's also a bit of the fact that I'm still relatively new to the lore, so there's a lot of things about them that I don't know anyway. So technically speaking, almost all of the races, there's stuff I want to know more about. It's just that I haven't reached that point. Donna? Wait, what was she doing there? Is that just a reused sprite, or is that Vivinia's secretary? You've been staring at that necklace in your hand since last night. Reused. Oh, they shouldn't do that. It's absolutely fine to reuse sprites, but sometimes when a specific person is used in a specific way, suddenly it changes it. It changes the way you look at them. So I look at that and I immediately think, shit, she was a Rosetta the entire time. Because that sprite had so much screen time as a specific character. Like, obviously, when you're using, like, the random goons or the random helpers, it's absolutely fine. It's just when a sprite is used for something that's used a lot for a specific person. So, like in the Secretary's case, you see her a lot in the beginning of the story. So when they appear again like this, you know, how can you not assume that it's Secretary? Because, well, what reason would there be to not, other than, I suppose, the name at the side? This is just a symbol of trust. Oh, this is a symbol of trust given to me by Signora Cecilia. for picking up the pieces of Familia Texas and leading the Colombian Familia back to Siracusa. Oh, it must be pretty valuable. Are you going to use it to help somehow? I'm still on the fence. You said Wallach plans to attack Chelinia's friends. Yes, they stepped out a while ago, but when they get back, we'll have an ambush in place. Where are you going? To buy some chocolate. I will love if she also gives her least favourite flavour. That would just be funny. Remember when the Yeti squads didn't have unique sprites? Do you mean, was that as in different to what they were when I read the story? Or do you just mean that they all happen to have the same cloaks? Because at least for them it kind of makes sense because it's a uniform of sorts. Turns out, your guess was right on the money. Rosati associates have already started to infiltrate the block. When those ladies from Penguin Logistics get back, I'm afraid they're going to die a gruesome death. Back in Chapter 5, they didn't have unique sprites, I believe. I remember them always having the standard hooded look that they had. With, like, the unique take on the standard thingy. Unless I'm thinking of Chapter 6, maybe, and I just sort of remember it as being Chapter 5 as well. Maybe that's why. They used normal reunion sprite for the Yeti squad. Oh, really? Wow. Has it really been that long that I've forgotten? Huh. Well, let me ask you a question, Lapland. Lay it on me. I figured the Rosatis would try to rub out Texas, but you're still a Saluzzo. You really need to send Gambino after that Sancta while you stay here and house it for him? Never knew you were to give so much for the sake of a friendship. I am that type. Oh, am I that type? Definitely not. Which is why I want to know, what the hell are you waiting for? You ploughed that truck right into the courtroom, turned yourself in, and cleared her name in the process. Then you went on and forced the Saluzzos and Bolognas together. I got no clue why the two Familia actually started working together. There's got to be another reason for it, right? You know that by helping the Bolognas, you're also helping her. And that's before we talked about how you gave her a hand in yesterday's assassination. You say you want to prove that the Syracuse is a swamp you can't escape. To her, rather. But it looks to me like you're trying to help her escape. If I need to kill a few of her loved ones, or do something to piss her off, just to prove my point, all that would show is how paranoid I am. Wouldn't get anywhere with that. If it's real, if it's a fact, then it'll happen, even if I stood by and watched. But actually, even if that isn't good enough, I can't just let her out of the way. I have to give her enough help that in the end, she has to finally admit. We haven't done the stage yet, have we? That all her struggling was for nothing. And doing it like that will bring you some satisfaction. Nope. Oh, God. I thought, for a moment, I thought this was the second cutscene. Don't know. All I do know is there's no other way. So basically, you don't know what to do either. Yep. And I never said I did. And you, Capone. I really need to stop myself from saying... like, you guys need to understand the physical pain that I feel every time I have to force myself not to say cajone. You should be more like Gambino and realize that you'll never get the answer you want from me about the two of you. You already knew, huh? He wants to stage his comeback by joining up with the Bolognes. But what about you? You're still standing here. Do you seriously think you're my vassal? Or are you hoping there's enough room for you on my path? Wait, are you actually? Give up that hope, or I'll kill you. There's only room for one. What about Texas? Texas might just be the path itself. Huh. Capone stays silent for a minute before turning and leaving. Wow, he actually did want to stick around. Even though you can literally see the aneurysm growing in him every time she's around. Ah, what a pleasant surprise. That's not a threat, by the way, she's warning. I did kind of wonder if it was a warning disguised as a threat. Like one of those things where it's like, I'll kill you, and it's like they either take that to mean... Like, he'll probably take that to mean that she will literally kill him, but she's probably saying no. I kind of wonder that because for some reason, and this is weird, for some reason, I immediately thought of the hamster or the rat or whatever though that thing was that Lapland used to keep as a pet. And how she was talking about how, like, you know, it couldn't last long enough around her, or whatever it was that she said when it got burnt. Like, it just sort of, it's a weird leap, but it just kind of it reminded me of that, and I thought, she's not actually wanting to get rid, well, she wants to get rid of him, but, like, not in a, you know, you're an idiot kind of way. I haven't been here before, but it looks like I'm in the right place. So this is Penguin Logistics' little stronghold. I suppose in a way, Lapland is like playing with fire. Miss Katerina. Thora. Oh right, I gave you my number before. Would it be better if I called you Miss Giovanna? Katerina will do just fine. I like the name. I will love if the name changes. Do all Siracusan mobsters like to work in performing arts? Oh, I didn't. Oh, I would have liked it if it did. That would have been a really nice touch. Why not? We can't be fighting and killing each other all the time. Are you all together right now? I like how these knives are designed with a knuckle duster or brass knuckle handguard. Miss Katerina. Never mind. Thora, would you mind telling me about your penguin logistics? No. Death flags. Death flags. She's seen the ambush. Huh? For example, how can it be... Oh, how it came to be, and how Chelinia joined. I'm not too clear on the details myself. After all, Penguin Logistics was already a thing by the time Texas saved me. The boss mentioned a few times how he set up Penguin Logistics after he met Texas. Oh wow, so they knew each other before that. Interesting. But when it comes to stuff that happened after I joined, I could talk for days about that. We were living together for years. I swear. Okay, she's now going to say, tell me about those times. Keep talking. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, she's stopping it. Alright, there we go. That's broken the death flag for me, just for a moment at least. Because it really was a bit of a keep talking to me because things are about to go to shit. It made me think it was one of those things. Okay. I'd really love to chat with you more if we get the chance. There's a lot I'd like to tell you about Chelinia. I also want to hear more about her life in Lungman. No, never mind. The death flags are still there. If you ever get a chance to drop by Lungman, we'd be glad to show you around. Really? You're not worried about my business? What matters is that you were once Texas's best friend. Chelinia is truly blessed to have met a woman as kind as you in Lungman. You're too suspicious. How can I not be? I've been stung by the main story so many times. And to be honest, I still haven't gone over chapter 6. Like both of the deaths in that chapter. If you ask me, she's blessed to have a friend like you in Siracusa who's always thinking of her. Oh right, Sora. Yes. I had a flash of inspiration just now. Huh? I'm always thinking about what I want for the grand finale to play out, or how I want the grand finale to play out. I don't know how much of Season 2 is going to show, but I am dreading what Season 2, or possibly Season 3, if it ends up being that far in, I'm dreading seeing it animated. I really am. In my story, I thought she would meet her end just like a Siracusan would. Surrounded in a narrow alley, incinerated by a car bomb, so on and so forth. Except for Misha, that one was on her. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do feel bad for Misha. But... and I also kind of see eye to eye with Misha. I definitely understand where she's coming from, and I certainly couldn't claim that I would be any different in that circumstance. But it's also because of that that I realised that, you know, she made a choice. She decided to fight on that side, and it was a battle, so what happened, happened, even though it is completely unfair. These little excerpts from reality are so overused that they turned into their own tropes. I want to escape the tropes, and in this story, have her become the least Siracusan. She's literally a child, never forget that. But yeah, I know, but it's still a choice you have to make at the end of the day. And like again, you know, obviously she's not she's not an adult. She doesn't have the grasp and all that. But I think she's seen enough. And it's kind of the same. It's the same with things like Faust and why have I forgotten his name? Mephisto. As well, like, yeah, they're kids, but I think they've also seen enough that they can make their decisions. As twisted as it is, and bear in mind, I hate saying that. I hate thinking about that sort of thing when it comes to literal children. It's always really uncomfortable to think about. but it is what it is. It's the reality of the situation. So I think at the end of the day, she's always going to make a choice. And it's just what it took her to. So yeah, I understand where she's going from, but it didn't really affect me as much other than the standard, you know, it makes me uncomfortable to think about, you know, who the character was. Anyway, I want to escape the tropes, and in this story, have her become the... Oh yeah, I already read that. Have her become the least Sicilian? Siracusan, rather. Mephisto obviously never really had the ability to make choices, really. True. I've been trying to find a Siracusan archetype, but I haven't been able to define it. That's the source of my writer's block. But right now, it's starting to come to me. There are no Siracusans. Chilinia, Texas finally disappeared in the conflagration, and nobody knew what became of her. Miss Katerina, are you... This is still giving me death flags and I hate it. I'll be back later. I have some presents for you girls. Nah, Mephisto is the one character that I absolutely can never feel bad or pity for, no matter what. I do understand people's feelings towards that. I do understand it, but I personally disagree. I kind of do feel bad for him in a way. Like, I don't... Not, like, obviously, you know, difference between explanation and excuse. I don't excuse what happened to him, but I do feel bad for what happened. And it's also one of the reasons why I hate What's Her Face, because of that manipulation. Anyway, I am literally just talking because I feel like there's a death coming and I don't want to get to it. Anyway, Wallach, if memory serves me right, you plan to kidnap Jelinia's friends. They're not even back yet, and you've gathered a whole mob. I would have, if you didn't show up. I'm extremely disappointed, Donna. No. Giovanna. Ooh. Were you that impatient with me? It's not a question of patience, it's just... Why should we wait? Why should we have to sit here and wait for the blessing of some antique? We followed you to this country, waiting to become masters of this land. And now, we have an opportunity. Are you so sure? You're certain victory is within your grasp? One of these two is going to die, and I really hope it's you, Wallach. Nope. I'm not even certain I can deal with that antique. But I know Bologna really wants to bring us into a new age. And I've got a hankering to make a big bet. How many are willing to follow you? 70%. What about the rest? I'll convince them. Or you could do it for me. If you decide to change your mind, Giovanna. You're still our boss. Looks like I brought up some good soldiers after all. Sorry, Wallach. If Texas is more important to you than Familia Rosati... Oh, is. I just don't think this is how things should play out. The way I see it, some things can only play out like this. You can't call this stage walking on eggshells when there's cars driving past.
Speaking of which, what was our objective again?
We're fighting you guys.
Oh god, they're both going at the same time.
This job, or I'll be really bored.
Yeah, they're gonna die. I don't... That one came first.
Official lead. The rest is up to you guys.
Oh, got caught off last second. Oh god.
I am fighting for more than just the law. Can crimes be punished through methods outside of the law?
Wow, one went through. Oops. Okay, I need to get my head in the game. I've been focusing too much on other stuff.
Understood.
Oh god, God, fuck it, I forgot to put healers down.
There we go.
Oh my god, I'm everywhere.
Your crimes are irrefutable.
I'll charge the weak. Face me.
Oh god, this is going badly.
The law is a means.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Sguainate le spade.
So for one, they will go through the center. I am going to do this differently.
Forse ho sottostimato l'operazione.
Well, first time I've failed it anyway. I think the problem is I keep trying to avoid the cars, even though they don't actually do the damage that I think they're going to do. For some reason, I see them as like obstacles. Like you don't want to put them there because they'll just run over and die. So what I can do is do them into the middles. Okay, let's see where they go from. Oh, if only I had time, I would have the two vanguards there to deal with those gunners and then put someone in the middle, but I don't have the time to get the DP back. To be fair, jaywalking isn't illegal in Italy.
Sguainate le spade. In attesa di falli a pezzi.
Speeding up.
Fear not. Here I come.
I am fighting for more than just the law. Your crimes are irrefutable.
Healing first.
It's safe here.
I'll charge the weak. Relax. It'll be over in an instant.
Can crimes be punished through methods outside of the law?
ついてきて。
Ricevuto. Silenzio.
Your orders.
I've got a clear shot.
Why is he not taking...
No matter what I might encounter, I will not back.
She doesn't get healed, does she? Yeah. just to say, by the way, you can't heal penance. I gathered. Ah, that's annoying. Okay. And then I do not have enough DP, but I can put Cora down. Never mind, I do have enough DP.
I can heal that wound in no time.
Oh, that's not good. No, that's really not good. Three, four, five, six, seven.
Focus fire.
Oh, she's not going to get healed.
At your service.
That's a problem. Oh no, that's a problem. I can't heal her.
How's that?
That's going to count as free, isn't it? Oh, it doesn't. Never mind. Right. Middle works, but not in the middle. Maybe middle tile either side.
Naturally, they and the darkness behind them will occasionally prevail. But mark my words, even the most frustrating rainy season will pass in time. Until then, all we can do is persevere and keep trying.
I want to double check something real quick. Low res, okay. Stops attacking 40 and gains 40%. Sanctuary deals 100% arts damage to all nearby ground enemies every second. While this skill is activated, increases the barrier. Okay.
Sitting around in an office won't bring about justice. That's one thing I know for a fact.
Too bad some people just can't live and let live.
I am going to do it this way around.
Forwards.
Ready to heal.
Sguainate le spade.
At your service.
Ricevuto.
Now, do I want to do defensive or offensive? So I can either put them I either put someone there to do it, or up there. I mean, technically I'll do both, but I'm wondering where to start. I might... Lapland in the middle behind a defender might be good. But I'm trying to avoid the middle two tiles. I mean, I'm thinking of either of these two tiles. I'm just trying to think of which one I should start with first. If I should just start with the bottom, be aggressive, and then plonk down at the top. But then I might not get the DP ready for the cars. Oh, that's right. It doesn't show me what the range is. Might go with I've got the DP to do penance. It's kind of an annoying thing for only one tile to use. Because I like doing the guard defender, but I mean, I suppose I could have guard defender on either side. That might be useful. Guard defender on either side. But I also need to put down...
I'll take the lead. The rest is up to you guys.
ちょっとからかってあげようっと。医者ならここに。ここだよ。バラージュ。よーし。バラージュ。Roger.
Your orders.
This gavel of justice is waiting. Spero che sia.
Hey, dummy! Bring it up! Face me! Barrage! Are you afraid of me?
Okay, let's see what this does.
Your crimes are irrefutable.
Oh, that is useful. Doesn't last very long.
Ricevuto.
Non puoi fermarmi.
Okay, you're on auto. Oh god, this is gonna be painful now. Mm.
It's safe here. This is my playground.
Oh, that's also a problem. Oh, for God's sake.
Relax. It'll be over in an instant.
No. Ah.
Forse ho sottostimato l'operazione.
The C for resistance is bullshit. I mean, I've got Lava and I've got Skyfall. Skyfall's not really that strong at the moment.
As far as teamwork's concerned, I don't mind, as long as nobody messes up.
See, the problem with asking if I have a certain character is, even if I do, I won't have them leveled up. Don't know where Kurosum would be if it's a... I recognize the name, but I don't know if I have it. I know Thom means use support, but I'm not going to use support yet.
Let's go! Oh, speaking of which, what was our objective again?
This time, I will hand down a fair verdict.
At your service.
Ricevuto. In attesa di silenzio.
Okay. What do I have to play with? I have about 40 DP by the time I start moving. Yavil is 24. Lapland is 19. Penance is 33. That's going to be a very tall order. And then you've got 28 for... You can retreat Texas for more DP. True. I might do that once... Yeah. Yeah, once the enemy's dead. Okay, for now, put one there.
The rest is up to you guys.
I might start with a healer there.
At your service.
That's 1. 19.
Solid positioning.
That's not really, well, probably not really the best use for it, but for now I've just got 28 and 33. About 61 worth of credits. That's going to be quite a tall order, and 17 as well. Okay, I'm just going to use that right now. Okay, I'm going to use the ult first and then retreat her. Then again, I kind of... At the moment, I don't need to. I think I'll go with lava first. Or do I want to make sure penance is down first?
In attesa di falli a pezzi.
40. 33. I might. Lava first.
Come on.
Doctor, please come to your senses.
You'll have to try harder than that.
That is true. She doesn't have to be in healing range, but I might as well have her in blocking range.
I am fighting for more than just the law. Also the just
Game over for you.
However, I'm mainly putting her here to have double healing for...
ricevuto.
Non puoi fermarmi.
What's the law? Your crimes are irrefutable.
Relax! It'll be over in an instant!
Doctor, I can heal that wound in no time.
There comes that.
私ならここに医者の言葉はしっかり聞いて。
Yeah, now I no longer have anywhere to put anyone else. I mean, I could put someone down here, but they're not going to get any healing, so it'll be a bit of a waste. I don't like this. That's way too many people. Just in case they bleed through Lapland.
Ricevuto.
Non puoi fermarmi.
Oh, there it is. No, there it goes.
I'll charge the weak spots!
What are you waiting? Even the dead can't save you.
I've got a clear shot. No matter what, there is no such thing as absolute justice. But
Please come to your senses.
Fire! Doctor, leap! Ah! Kick ass!
戦いだけに気を取られないで。怪我してるよ。
What am I doing? There we go.
常に先んじるものですよ。
in attesa di silenzio.
Oh god, there's so much.
ついてきて。
No, it's just
Forwards.
no.
Hurry up. It's game over for you. Please come to your senses. ブラブラブラブラ。 どうするおつもり？一輪
Fire the bombs.
焼かれなさい。
Oh,
Your orders. How's that?
heal faster. Okay, yes, focus on her. Ah, I don't have enough. Is there anyone is quick? I don't... I can't lose another person. Ah! Nah, he's dead.
Naturally, they and the darkness behind them will occasionally prevail. But mark my words, even the most frustrating rainy season will pass in time. Until then, all we can do is...
God, that builds up so much. That's only rank 1. That needs to change. Oh, fuck off. God damn it.
この程度ではまだまだ私の真の力を引き出したと。戦場の温度足りませんわね。
Let's go!
Healer's facing.
Speaking of which, what was our objective again?
Forwards.
Minasan, 感染源と思われるものには絶対に触らないようにしてくださいね。
Healers facing either side. The problem with... I wouldn't have Penance in the middle because... Partly because of DP time, but also... She'll die too quickly. Having someone in the middle that can be healed is the better option. I think I'm going to go as usual.
At your service. Speeding up.
In attesa di... Non puoi fermarmi.
I think Laplands would be too squishy to have in the middle with that build-up. And having the sort of AoE
This is up to you guys.
is better. Having even the middle open and only having Korra there in the end would work. True. Oh, that was too close for comfort. Why am I got that up there again? Probably get away with doing both.
This gavel of justice is waiting. Spero che siate pronti.
Convenient. No, I said.
Doctor, who's next?
At your service. Speeding up.
In attesa di ordini. Ricevuto.
Okay, there we go. Get the DP in. Wait. No. No, I kind of want Gavial. No, I need Gavial to get both healing.
There we go.
Try and meet her up behind Lapland for debuff. That could work.
What's the law? There is no such thing as absolute justice, but I still invoke it.
I'm actually going to do this one first.
Come on.
And then I'm going to use the...
Can you do it?
Hurry up. Even the dead can't save you.
At your service.
You did make a good point there, unfortunately.
Ricevuto. Falli a pezzi.
Okay, there we go, quickly. No, not her, not her. Him. There we go.
Let's take them all out.
Don't be afraid. Heal that wound in no time.
I'll charge the weak spots.
Oh, I can.
Kick ass.
All the AoE, all the AoE, all the AoE.
What's the law? The law is a means, not.
All the AoE, all the AoE.
Get back.
Also, is it just me or is Penance's skill lasting longer than normal?
Focus fire.
Oh, nice shot.
Hurry up. What are you waiting? It's game over for you.
Oh god, this...
Fire. Don't be upset. Heal that wound in no time.
Come on, keep the healing up, and then use that. Okay, I think that's the last healing she can give. Or the last skill, anyway.
Fire.
There's a Jaywalker, by the way. Yeah, I remember. I vaguely saw it. I'm gonna have to quickly get rid of someone. I think it's him.
I still invoke it. Focus fire.
Yeah, it's him.
What the law does not specify, I will reveal through practice.
よろしくてよ。ほらほら。戦場は騒がしいから、父はもっと大きい声でお願い。ちょっとからかってあげようっと。ロックン
Koronexu. Yep, there we go. Unfortunately... Oh, actually, no, she's not losing that much health.
No matter what I might encounter.
Oh, I don't have anyone that can...
アップルパイ。
I could just...
Come on, show me what you've got. The opponent.
Takes a skill, you're right.
Sguainate le spade. In attesa di...
Barrage.
This is a fight for the ages. Yeah, because it takes an age.
Don't be afraid.
There we go.
役者の先には破滅が待つのみですわよ。
I just saw the line for the next unit. Oh yeah, there's a story. Texas! What? Miss Katerina, I mean, Giovanna, might be in danger. What did you say? I just called her, and I have a really uneasy feeling. Lapland. Yo. What do you want? I just wanted to give you an update on your old friend. She's somewhere near your little hideout, surrounded by wise guys from her own familia. Texas, we should go help her. I know. Just a sec. Are you seriously going? You were all ready... you were all ready to make an enemy of the Rosatis to get out of here. I see a lot of no's. Oh no. Oh god. I swear, she's gonna die, isn't she? Giovanna's gonna die. I swear. But now you're going to stay in the swamp just for her? Think, Texas. This is your best chance to turn around and walk away from it all. Alright. You know, Texas? This was supposed to be a little job I picked up as a way to go looking for you. There we go. That was difficult for me to read for some reason. But I soon came to realise that I'd fallen in love with Syracuse's performing arts scene. People here have a certain arrogance to them, but they're much better than the materialistic Lungmanite businessmen. And Exu won't stop raving about how she's going to find the best pizza in Syracuse, of course. I swear, Exu is my spirit animal. As for Croissant, she's always been easygoing. I just wanted to catch up with you. Maybe we can go back to Longman after after everyone's had enough fun here. We'll go back to Longman eventually, the four of us together. That's right, the four of us together. Well, actually, I just had a chat with Miss Giovanna and asked her to take a tour of Longman with us. That'd make 5. Okay. Death flags. Death flags everywhere. They're fucking handing it out like freebies at a fair. It's like the Lego Star Wars scene where it's like, red flags, get your red flags here. Big red flags. A number of people have collapsed in an alley. A number of wounds have appeared across Giovanna's body. Everyone, including herself, knows there's no escape for her. Give it up, Giovanna. Got anything to drink, Woolwich? Go grab a bottle from the car. Yes, sir. I thought about it before. If we would have been better off getting into a certain business back in Colombia. Virginian weapons, designer drugs, military channels. So, basically, like how the Mafia in America did go into, because let's not pretend that the Mafia isn't doing all that. I've also thought about if there were certain opportunities that I should have seized. Getting on good terms with those officials, or extending an olive branch to the Colombian government. But in the end, I decided that some things had to be done in moderation. American Mafia deals in originium weapons. I mean, honestly, to be fair, they probably would. Let's be honest. If anywhere were to turn out to have originium, if originium were to suddenly exist and it would be anywhere, it would not surprise me if it were America. Because it just always seems to be. There's a reason why it's always in alien movies. Okay, I can't keep delaying the inevitable. I'm going to reach the scene at some point. We're too deeply invested. We're holding too much. I wouldn't claim to be a good person. But at least we can't forget that there are some things we can't do. You could call it principle. Or you could call it stubbornness. Times have changed, Giovanna. Not really. You're trying to make it the old ways. The new era calls for new norms. The so-called morality and justice of the old guard should be cast aside. Even if we don't do it, someone eventually will. And when that time comes, we'll be the ones who get pushed out. Or do you think sitting around watching Columbia's other familia get in their mitts on these things is the right way to do it? What would you do in my position, Woolwich? I'll control it all, new and old. Everything will be at my disposal. We're not taking the world back from the old ways. We're turning away from them. Got the booze, Woolwich. Come on, have one last drink with me. Fine. This one's my favourite. You've been waiting a long time for this, haven't you? It was supposed to celebrate your return. Huh. Well, how about that? Here on, you're Don Rosati. Giovanna, do it. Please let this be a last minute someone stabbed him. Please let it be a last minute someone stabbed him. Please let it be a last minute someone stabbed him. The sound of sharp metal slicing through flesh appears in the alleyway. It is quickly drowned out by the sound of falling rain. Texas knows she's already too late. The alley is scarred with traces of battle and blood spread across the ground. Her gaze goes to the source of the bloody water, where a familiar figure lies fallen. Her heart quivers. Anyway. We should have been able to have a nice discussion over here, Your Honor. I won't become your accomplice. Accomplice? That's a rather extreme choice of words. Shouldn't you be thanking me for saving your life? Forget it. Just treat it as an act of kindness on my part. The upside about you young folks is that you're go-getters. The downside is you tend to overdo it. There's nothing I particularly need you to do for me, actually. I just don't want to see an outstanding young woman like you fall. You? Really? I think the Karachi incident has given you some misconceptions about me. No, I don't think it has. I happen to care more about what's in front of me, that's all. The government is just a cloth draped over grey Hall's round table. Lavinia, everyone in Syracuse knows of Signora Cecilia's lament. But I'd imagine there are a few who understand the source of this lament. 30 years ago, there was a group of youths like you who naively believed they could free Siracusa from the Familia. But there was no end to the dark clouds that hung over the country. And they couldn't conjure up any support, so they chose to try and win over a number of Familia by catering to their interests, trying to fight the thing they thought they could resist. As for what happened to them, nobody knows. Nobody knows? Try to picture this scenario, Signorina Lavinia. Your father is a clerk who works for the city government. One day, you get up, shower, and have breakfast as usual. That's when you realise your father forgot something at home, and your mother asks you to bring it to him. It's the rainy season, and you're in a bad mood because you had an argument with your father. But then you think to yourself, it's partially your fault. And you would be better to just apologise. This is something that actually happened to you, isn't it, Rubio? But when you walked into the city hall, you feel an unnatural stillness. The place shouldn't be so quiet at this time of day. Soon you see blood seeping from beneath the doors of the various offices. And that's when you realise that streaks of blood are painted across the floor. You find everyone in the city hall has gone missing. What scares you even more is that not a single soul will comment on it. No matter who you ask, even your own mother is completely silent. It's as if the disappeared never existed in the first place. After a while, people begin to appear at City Hall again, and a bit after that, the normal hustle and bustle returns. And you finally realise that's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. That's when Signora Cecilia's say really starts to spread. The government is just a cloth draped over City Hall's round table. And naturally, the tablecloth can be changed at will. When you've lived through it, you'll understand. Anger. Of course the anger is there. But what happens after the anger passes? After anger comes nothing. Just as you are now, not knowing who you can even vent your grievances to. To Don Bernardo? To Familia Bellone? Or to Signora Cecilia? No, of course not. They are all cogs in the existing machine, and you, as the gatekeeper to this machine, know better than anyone else. It can't be shaken. And that's why you won't tell me. That's all I can... Oh, and that's why you want to tell me. That's all I can do to cover my eyes. Oh, is to cover my eyes and ears like you. Pretending to be oblivious to everything that's going on. Pretending I'm living a semblance of what you could call a life. Signorina Lavinia, you are even more naive than my daughter. And as someone who's experienced it all, my advice to you is the same as the last time you came to me. No matter what your ideals are, you must first live on. And if you're really in that much of a hurry to die, at least find a successor first. Sometimes, living to pass down your ideals can be even more difficult than dying a merciful death. Alright, I'll be taking up my new post in a few days, and Don Bernardo has arranged a speech for me to deliver to the whole city. There's nothing I need you to do for me. But if you like, you're welcome to keep my wife and daughter company. I do believe that isn't anything that would violate your principles. I can sort of understand the comments now, but at the moment he still seems like someone who's just trying to play the game. I don't see anything too different from the kind of character that would do that. But I do feel like there's still something there. Well, with Giovanna out of the way, I don't really have any particular attachment to the Rosattis, so they can all die. You're not going to the rest of your friends, my child? I have a somewhat personal question I'd like to ask you. Oh? Please, continue. I learned a few things about you back when I was in school. Back then, both you and His Holiness the Pope were seen as promising young talents. But after Signora Cecilia visited Laterano, you left with her. Didn't even hesitate. You want to know why I left Laterano with Cecilia? Not exactly. What I'd like to know is, you must get along very well with Signora Cecilia, right? That depends on what you mean by get along. But if you mean in terms of understanding, it may be the case that nobody understands her as well as I do. However, our personalities are actually quite incompatible. I mean, this sort of explains where the, you know, law of, like, I've forgotten what it was, Guns and something. Guns and Roses. Let's just call it that for a time being until someone tells me what it was. It kind of explains where that comes from then. I'm guessing he probably came back with her and that's where it comes from, considering his Guns and Order. There we go. Considering if he was really that high up to be on line with the Pope, I guess it makes sense. At least these days, I'm happier hiding in this city to avoid the headaches she brings me. Isn't that also part of getting along with someone? You have a strange sense of getting along with someone, but that I cannot deny. I guess the Pope wasn't the Pope at the time. True, actually, yeah, you make a good point. When she talks about that, they were young upstarts. So yeah, actually, I suppose it wasn't that big of a deal. Then, how were you able to stay on good terms with her for decades? Senor, I still don't know if it's Agonir or Agenir. Senor Agenir, I'm serious. An excellent question indeed, my child. You certainly ask much more interesting questions than your friend. But first, there's something I'm curious about. From the description you gave me, you seem to get along very well with Texas. That's right, we're best partners out there. You don't doubt your friendship at all? Not even a little? In that case... I see now the reason behind your question. Oh, is Exu seeing like a parallel with him and Cecilia and her and Texas? Because that is somewhat a bit of a mirror. Shared empathy allows you to treat people without reservation, but you still have doubts about the process of getting along with those who lack that empathy. Moreover, it is not deception that you fear, but this doubt itself. You are ashamed of this doubt when you are reciprocated with nothing but sincerity. But at the same time, you are also afraid of how you will handle yourself if these doubts prove to be true one day. The shared empathy he's talking about, is that what you guys meant when you talk about how they're sort of hive mind-like? Is that what it's referring to? Or is he talking more figuratively? The halos are empathy antennas. Right, okay, so yeah, so it is like that. Interesting. Is that the case? Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. That doesn't work on non-sancta. That makes sense. I imagine you have to have like a specific... It basically has to link to two things, so non-sancta don't have a receiver, so you wouldn't get anything from them. Interesting. So it's not really a hive mind per se, but rather they're all empaths. But like empaths in a literal sense, not empaths as in hyper-empathetic people, but rather empaths as in they literally feel what others feel. That's quite interesting. And it's a lot more interesting than just a generic hive mind, I've got to admit. I think every Sancta who leaves Laterano will encounter this problem. When Cecilia came to visit Laterano, I was tasked with serving as her guide. However, I did not leave Laterano with her because I was persuaded by her ideals, as the rumours claim. Yeah, it makes sense, and it kind of... I can sort of understand how they would feel off as well if they're in a place where there aren't many Sancta as well, because it must feel weird if you're able to feel certain things from people and then suddenly you're in an environment where you can't. It must feel as if the world, the outside world, is shut off to you, at least to a certain extent, or like hidden away. Like it's like things that you just can't gain that you would normally do. But then, of course, and it would make making friends feel difficult as well, because it always feels like you're not entirely sure. Because I imagine being an empath, on one side, it makes it easier to understand how people feel, but on the other hand, when you get used to that, if you're suddenly not able to, that's an entire sort of thing that you normally grow up with, that you normally grow up learning, that you have to actually learn now because you didn't need to learn it before. We develop it naturally, but if we had that same sort of training wheels, we would not really know, or at least we'll find it difficult to get a grasp as to how people are feeling, because it's not as obvious. So it wouldn't surprise me if Sancta do feel kind of lonely when they're not in Laterano. Cecilia was still young at the time, and no matter how talented she was, it was impossible for her to instantly come up with a way to change Siracusa after. But a brief stay in Laterano, her ideals were puerile and unrealistic. But they happened to resonate with some of my own thoughts at the time. Yeah, thank you for subscribing, Tor. Though, I could have swore that's already been done before, unless Stream Elements is rehashing. We discussed and argued our ideas day and night until finally I decided to go with her to Siracusa to settle them. Discussing and arguing. Wait, is he literally just here so at some point he can say I told you so? Yes. Even after coming to Siracusa, we never settled the arguments between us. As a matter of fact, our views on Siracusa have never quite lined up. But this does not prevent us from understanding what the other is thinking. Fallen Sancta that suddenly lacked the sudden receiving emotions thing seem to find their own emotions dulled. That makes sense as well, because again, empathy in general, like normal empathy, like normally when like a friend, for example, is happy, you feel happy, or when they're sad, it makes you want to cry and stuff like that. And I imagine with it being a little bit more intense with the Sancta, a lot of the time you would be basing your own feelings as a mix of other people around you. So it kind of makes sense that you would feel quite dulled without it, because, like there, you suddenly used to sort of, I guess, understanding how to feel, but then you sort of lack the context now. So obviously it's not like a complete sociopath. They still have their emotions and all that, but it's like it feels like a big chunk of it's been taken out. But this does not prevent us from understanding what the other is thinking. So the key here is discussing and arguing. What do you think? I don't think that's right. I don't think Texas and I ever had any serious discussions about anything. I'm not even sure when it happened, but we somehow became really good partners. You're a perceptive one, my child. In the end, what kept me bound to Cecilia was not ideals, convenience, or even emotions, but time. Time. The passage of time will bridge most gaps and bind people together, regardless of what they think about it. You will always be good partners, won't you? Of course. Always and forever. Then, all you need to do is keep moving forward. It kind of feels like, to me, his... Basically, at least with his bond with Cecilia, it's kind of like he's describing like how you can be friends with someone even if you don't necessarily agree with them. It kind of gives me that sort of vibe. You will experience many different things, as will she. Perhaps your stories will individually have very little in common. But as long as your lives intertwine at some point, well, you'll have nothing to worry about. Well, that cutscene was well worth the pain of that stage. Oh, come on. You can't do this to me. Come on. Couldn't you have at least given this to me before it happened? You couldn't have just let her be dead? Okay. Very sure she's dead. I think she is. I don't have the energy anymore when it comes to any of the death flags for characters in this game anymore. It's every time I see it, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, it's easier to just accept it. How long has it been? 4 hours? Next is a full story stage. Okay. Yeah. Right, I think I'll leave it then. So for next time, yeah, definitely for next time. I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't have the time. It will be about midnight, past midnight by the time I finish if I do this. So I'm gonna. Another thing, because of their empathy, Laterano has low murder rate because they can't hide their murder intents, and if they did, they'd become fallen. That makes sense. But I also imagine as well, as a third thing, it's really difficult to commit murder when you feel empathy for someone. Like, normally, unless it is purely, like, in the heat of the moment, or just flat out accidental, normally, at least premeditated murder, you wouldn't normally have any sort of feeling for someone. You wouldn't feel bad for them or sorry for them. And even if you do, it's normally quite a lower case. But if you automatically feel how people are feeling, even if it's just to a certain extent, that would make it really hard to end someone's life. Because at the very moment, if they feel like things like, pain, fear, sadness, that's going to immediately affect you. And that would be a really difficult thing to do if you're an empath, basically. I can imagine it being a really difficult thing to do. Guiding Ahead answers a lot of those questions. Oh, I wish I could play that. I'm assuming it's not a side story yet then. Do you have anything to say about the reveals of how important the Sleepy Sancta is? I think it's really interesting, honestly. I feel like I want to see a bit more of them first, though. What is the time on the stream? It is 4 hours and 17 minutes. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it here. Oh. I do also like how, even though he's more of like a judge or something along those lines, he's more of like the law and order of the place, he still talks like a priest. He still talks like an authoritative side of a priest as well, like someone you can speak about your troubles with and all that, even though he did technically say that you wouldn't find me that way. But anyway, yeah, so I'll leave that all for the next stream, and I'll compile some of my thoughts together for that as well. But until then, thank you so much for coming along. It's really fun. I think I might be able to get this done in the next stream. It depends on when I stream. If I stream on the Friday, then I'll definitely get it done. If I stream sooner, I might still get it done, but I might not. It depends on how long it lasts. Because what was the last... 8. Yes, there's only 2 more. I could technically get it done, but we'll see. We'll see how long it takes. Until then, though, thank you for coming along, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.